Chapter 1035 Creating a Race. Chapter 1035 Creating a Race. Immeasurable Destruction. Venerable Shi Tian stared at Han Ju and said, I see. No wonder you're so confident. A Tao creator can't kill another Tao creator. In that case, we'll see whose great Tao world can laugh until the end. With that, immeasurable destruction. Venerable Shi Tian vanished into thin air. The blood color that covered this blank domain also vanished. Han Ju didn't know what this fellow thought of, but he didn't care. In any case, he didn't care about immeasurable destruction. Venerable Shi Tian. Shi Tian's immeasurable destruction. Venerable has developed hatred towards you. Current hatred points, 3 stars. Han Ju smiled and jumped back into the chaos, returning to the Daoist temple of the third Tao field. Han Ling opened his eyes and asked, Father, where did you go earlier? Han Ju replied, I placed my great Tao world outside the chaos. Han Ling was moved and hurriedly asked, why? Didn't you say that it was very dangerous? Han Ju didn't hide anything and told her the truth. Han Ling muttered, is that the power of chaos? It's trying to absorb other great Tao worlds. It seems that the difference in strength between the great Tao worlds is greater than I imagined. Han Ju smiled. That's right. The chaos will change drastically in the future. Let's wait and see. Han Ling nodded and left. The chance that she had gone to spar with Han Ba-hen was high. Han Ju took out the 9 primordial fragments and fell into deep thought. Primordial chaos. Great creation. It can create cultivation techniques, create worlds, create races, and create everything. He didn't lack cultivation techniques and mystical powers now. There was no need to use them to strengthen himself. Thus, he thought of the ultimate origin world. Immeasurable destruction. Venerable Shi Tian had already targeted the ultimate origin world and wanted to compare it with his own great Tao world. He had to increase his great Tao world strength. Although there were more than 2,900 chaotic fiend celestials in the ultimate origin world, their growth time was inferior to Shi Tian's, after all. Furthermore, other than the chaotic fiend celestials, most of the ultimate origin lifeforms were still being nurtured. There were no very powerful races for the time being. He might as well use the primordial chaos great creation to create a race. Han Ju felt that it was feasible. He immediately fused the 9 primordial fragments. He began to imagine his race. The 9 primordial fragments fused and emitted a dazzling purple light. On the other side, in the Daoist temple next door, Han Ba-hen waved his hand and said, Ancestor, I'm not going. I'm really not going. What's so fun about the simulation trial? I'm not interested. Han Ling frowned. Why? Weren't you obsessed before? Han Ba-hen muttered, it was just for a moment. Bored, Han Ling snorted coldly and left. She wanted to enter Han Ju's Daoist temple but was blocked. She couldn't open the door no matter what she did. Guessing that her father might have something on, she went to chat with the others. In the long years, it was also a good thing to occasionally take the time to relax. It could promote one's Tao heart to a certain extent. Several years later, Han Ling returned to the Daoist temple. The race created by Han Ju using the primordial chaos great creation had yet to be successfully nurtured and was placed in the depths of his soul. Han Ling did not ask what he was doing. Her father was always very mysterious. She couldn't see through him even though her cultivation level had already reached the limit of the chaos. Han Ju didn't cultivate but read the emails. Your disciple Tao Sovereign was attacked by cultivators from Shi Tian, X10928763, your disciple Zhao Shenyuan, your son Han Tua stepped through the void and obtained a Shi Tian's treasure. He obtained the providence of Shi Tian. Your descendant Han Yao used the Blood Soul Formation Army and his cultivation increased greatly. Your good friend Divine Robe Daoist was attacked by cultivators from Shi Tian, X8022, your good friend Pangu was attacked by cultivators from Shi Tian, X62033, your disciple Ji Xianchen has stepped into the river of time. Your disciple Yang Tiandong was attacked by the god of the netherworld and was severely injured. TSK was a full-scale battle between the Chaos and Shi Tian. How interesting. Han Ju looked at Han Ling beside him and discovered that she was also looking at the Chaos. Han Ju visited Han Yao in his dreams. Han Yao was very excited to see him. Back then, when he first became an adult, he had cultivated in front of Han Ju for 10,000 years and had always treated him as the person he respected the most. After some pleasantries, Han Ju explained his intentions: come back. Prepare to assist your ancestor Han Ling. Han Yao was first stunned, then immediately agreed. Han Ju had already secretly told him about this plan, but after so many years, he had already dominated an area. He was naturally unhappy to submit to Han Ling, but he didn't dare to disobey the progenitor. Han Ju ended the dream and visited Han Yi next. Han Yi was extremely excited to see him. He would never forget his childhood master. Even after later learning that his master was the progenitor, he always treated Han Ju as his master and not the progenitor. However, he didn't find a chance to talk to Han Ju during the chaotic assembly. Han Ju asked him about his recent encounters. Han Yi didn't hide anything from him. He was still very excited after talking for most of the day. Han Ju smiled and said, "Looks like Dao's sovereign and the others take good care of you. Tell them later that I asked them to come back when they're free." Han Yi nodded. Han Ju added, "Leave them and come back. Help your ancestor Han Ling achieve great things." Han Yi was stunned. Assist Han Ling? Unlike Han Yao, he was straightforward. He asked seriously, "Progenitor, why? Can she be stronger than me?" Han Ju smiled. "Spar with her after you return. This will be your greatest opportunity. The great Dao Supreme Realm is your limit if you continue following Dao's sovereign and the others. This will be your only chance if you want to surpass the great Dao Supreme Realm. This opportunity will far exceed your imagination." Han Yi was silent. He believed that Han Ju wouldn't lie to him. He couldn't help but recall Han Ling back then, that fierce woman. In the end, Han Yi agreed and decided to bid farewell to Dao's sovereign and the others. Han Ju told him the location of the universe of stars. The dream shattered. Han Ju opened his eyes and looked at his daughter. "Linger, do you want to go out with me?" Stunned, Han Ling asked, "Why are we going out?" Han Ju said meaningfully, "You've been observing the chaos all these years. Your cultivation has already reached the limit. Your great Dao world will constantly evolve on its own. Seclusion is not enough if you want to reach a higher level. You already have a plan. Why hide it from me?" Han Ling took a deep breath and smiled. "A father is a father. You can guess what your daughter wants to do. Tell me your plan." "My great Dao world was created too late. I'll be weaker than the other great Dao worlds even if the endless era arrives. I plan to recruit geniuses in the chaos. My great Dao world will have a certain foundation when the endless era arrives then. In addition, I guess that the endless era will be an unprecedented era of competition. You'll have no choice but to fight if you want to occupy a place and not be devoured." Han Ling spoke extremely seriously, completely different from her usual self. Han Ju felt that it made sense. Even his great Dao world couldn't hide in the Dao field. He had to go out, let alone the others. Han Ju said, "Han Yi, Han Yao, and Han Ba Hen will be your subordinates. Use them well." Han Ling smiled. "Will they listen to me?" "Han Ba Hen is fine, but the other two, subdue them with your strength. Fight them in the simulation trial. Whoever wins will be the leader. Will this hurt their self-esteem?" Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1036 Ultimate Origin Soul Race, Creation Emperor Court. Chapter 1036 Ultimate Origin Soul Race, Creation Emperor Court Han Yi and Han Yao descended into the universe of stars in the next 10,000 years. Han Ju moved them into the third Tao field. The two of them didn't like each other, but they didn't dare to act recklessly in front of him. Han Ju called Han Ba-hen over and gathered in the Taoist temple. Han Yao and Han Yi already knew Han Ba-hen. They nodded slightly at him and then looked at Han Ling. They were all proud and arrogant people and were naturally unwilling to serve her. Han Ju said, "You'll enter the simulation trial first. Han Yao, Han Yi, Han Ba-hen, the three of you will fight Han Ling. You don't have to serve her as long as you defeat her." The three of them were stunned and looked at each other. Han Yi clenched his fists. "There's no need to join forces. I alone am enough." Han Ju couldn't be bothered to say anything else. He directly pulled the four of them into the simulation trial and let them fight. The four of them closed their eyes. Not long after, Han Yi and the other two were moved. As time passed, their expressions became uglier. On the other hand, Han Ling was still calm. Another period of time passed. Han Yi, Han Yao, and Han Ba-hen trembled. The simulation ended. The four of them opened their eyes. Han Yi and Han Yao looked at Han Ling in disbelief. Han Ba-hen was already used to it and smiled helplessly. "I still can't run away from it." Han Ba-shen's gaze landed on Han Ju. He would never forget the scene when he faced him. The terrifying 7 mysterious blades of light, the pressure, the pain. Han Ba-hen was terrified just thinking about it. Han Ling smiled and asked, "Are you willing to submit to me and serve me?" Han Yao was silent. Han Yi snorted. "I admit defeat." He immediately knelt down and cupped his fists. Han Yao followed helplessly, and so did Han Ba-hen. Han Ju said, "Han Yi is the ultimate killing star, Han Yao is the conquest heavenly star, Han Ba-hen is the ultimate gravity star, and Han Ling's great creation is the primordial emperor star." Primordial emperor star. Han Yi and Han Yao were moved. Han Yao couldn't help but ask, could ancestor Han Ling be the primordial fiend celestial? The legend of the primordial fiend celestial spread in the chaos. The reason why the various overlords fought for supremacy was to become a primordial fiend celestial. Han Ju said, "No. The primordial fiend celestial is your ancestor Han Huang. My great Tao world contains countless stars. Your great creation is formed by me using the power of the stars." The four of them looked at him in surprise. Even Han Ling was surprised. She had long guessed that her father could give his juniors talents. She didn't expect it to be true. Han Yao and Han Yi thought deeper. So their greatest reliance was given to them by their progenitor. The killing star, heavenly star, and gravity star will assist the emperor star and achieve dominance. Han Ju smiled. He knew that these words would show that he was biased towards Han Ling, but so what? Han Yao and the other two did not feel wronged. That was how it should be. Han Yi asked, "Since ancestor Han Huang is a primordial fiend celestial, what do you think we can do by assisting ancestor Han Ling?" Han Ju smiled and said, "Follow her and she will give you an answer sooner or later. The primordial fiend celestial is only a potential and doesn't represent the strongest. Next, I will preach the Tao to you as a farewell gift." He directly began to preach the Tao. The Tao voice pulled the four of them into a state of enlightenment. Even Han Ling couldn't react in time. Thousands of years later, Han Ling and the other three left the Tao field and began to travel the chaos. Han Ju looked at the empty Taoist temple and suddenly felt uncomfortable. His daughter, who had accompanied him for tens of millions of years, had finally left. Han Ju's eyes narrowed. Figures appeared in the Taoist temple. They were all naked young men and women. They were the race he had created with the primordial chaos great creation. "From now on, you are the ultimate origin soul race," Han Ju said. A line of words appeared in front of him as soon as he finished speaking. Ultimate Origin Soul Race, created by the primordial chaos great creation. It contains the creation of the ultimate origin world. It will be undying and indestructible in the ultimate origin world. It can control the 3000 great Tao of the ultimate origin world. There were currently 18 ultimate origin soul race members. Their potential was considered top-notch in the ultimate origin world. They were not inferior to those chaotic fiend celestials. Most importantly, they could control the 3000 great Tao and turn the rules into their divine power. Han Ju began to teach them cultivation techniques. 1,000 years later, he sent the ultimate origin soul race to the ultimate origin world. It only took him a few breaths of time to return. Han Ju took out the Book of Misfortune and the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone as he sat on the 36th grade Reincarnation World Destruction Black Lotus again. Fusion Upgrade. Warning, Ultimate Supreme Treasure cannot recognize a master. Once the upgrade is successful, it will sever the restriction mark on you. Han Ju hesitated. Forget it. The Book of Misfortune was too strong. He was afraid that something would happen. In any case, the Book of Misfortune was already useful enough. He should keep the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone. Han Ju put it away. Then, he began to curse the ninth chaos. He couldn't let the ninth chaos become a creator lord so soon. 5 days later, his lifespan began to decrease. He cursed with all his might. Countless evil devils appeared at the bottom when the edge of the chaos shattered again. He stopped, and the cultivation of the ninth chaos shook again. He was a little injured after 2 quadrillion years of his lifespan were deducted. He would cultivate in seclusion first. He had already delayed for a period of time. He would use the creation heavens chosen in the future. In the mysterious domain, Huang Zuantian sat on an altar. Around the altar stood stone statues with strange postures that looked like humans and demons. A figure appeared behind Huang Zuantian and knelt down. Life Lord, a major force has recently risen in the chaos. They've 3 great Tao Supremes who are extremely powerful. According to the information, 2 of them are among the 10 absolute prodigies, Han Yi and Han Yao. Huang Zuantian opened his eyes and frowned. Who's the leader? I'm not sure. I've only found out a name. What's his name? Emperor. Emperor? Huang Zuantian tried to deduce, but it failed since he just had the name Emperor. Huang Zuantian instructed, what's the other party's intention? I'm not sure. Emperor created the Creation Emperor Court and is wantonly recruiting cultivators with outstanding potential. They forcefully occupied a domain and even obtained ownership of 5 great Tao. They said that they welcome mighty figures from all over to challenge them. Huang Zuantian fell into deep thought. There were many new factions, but he had to give further thought since this matter involved Han Yi and Han Yao. Could it be Master's arrangement? Very likely. What did Master want to do? Huang Zuantian said, you can leave. Send someone to pay close attention to the Creation Emperor Court. Yes. The figure vanished. Huang Zuantian began to cast a spell. A figure surged out of his body. It was Primordial Origin. Primordial Origin was only a soul body and did not reveal its face. Huang Zuantian, my premonition is becoming stronger. You have to be prepared, Primordial Origin said in a low voice, his tone filled with uneasiness. Huang Zuantian asked, how should we prepare? Primordial Origin said, copy me and transform into a primordial fiend celestial. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1037 Tao Sovereign's Ambition. Chapter 1037 Tao Sovereign's Ambition. Not only did the rise of the Creation Emperor Court attract life's attention, but its reputation also spread to Shi Tian. After millions of years, the Chaos and Shi Tian had already established a preliminary fusion. The providence of the 2 worlds was fusing, led by the chaos. Heavenly Court, Numinous Palace. The immortal gods gathered and discussed the Creation Emperor Court. Divine General Han Yao betrayed the Heavenly Court. Who is this emperor he's assisting? The Creation Emperor Court is very powerful. Han Yao, Han Yi, and Han Ba-hen are all surnamed Han. Could the Divine Emperor really be the Divine Might Heavenly Sage? Probably not. The Divine Might Heavenly Sage is already above the chaos. What is he doing? His two sons are both Divine Punishers. Perhaps the Divine Might Heavenly Sage's children are gathering to dominate the chaos? After all, they will naturally be ambitious with such a powerful backing. The Black General looked at the evil Heavenly Emperor and discovered that he was smiling mysteriously. Done, the evil Heavenly Emperor slowly said, causing the immortals in the hall to quiet down. Under the lead of Han Huang, Azure Heaven Mystic, Zhao Shuangquan, Han Yao, and other peerless geniuses, the current Heavenly Court had a deep foundation. Endless geniuses and many experts had already grown up. They controlled 3 domains of the chaos and could be considered a transcendent force. The evil Heavenly Emperor had already become a great Tao sage. The evil Heavenly Emperor said, "Don't worry about the Creation Emperor Court. I'm good friends with the Heavenly Sage. I borrowed Han Yao from him. He contributed to the Heavenly Court and is fighting for himself now. There's no need to blame him. If you encounter him in the chaos in the future, you can also bow." The immortals could only agree. An old immortal stood up and cupped his hands. "Your Majesty, we have lost contact with the heavenly soldiers we sent to Shirtian. I'm afraid they've already encountered danger." The evil Heavenly Emperor frowned. "In that case, send the 5 divine generals of the Golden Sect to lead 8,000 saint soldiers and find a suitable location to set up a station. Build the teleportation formation immediately." With that, the 5 majestic golden-armored divine generals stood up and agreed in unison. Then, they turned around and summoned the holy weapons. The evil Heavenly Emperor began to make other arrangements, causing the entire Heavenly Court to stir. Shirtian. The void here did not look much different from the chaos. Dao Sovereign, Zhao Xianyuan, Jiang Yi, and Lao Dan rode the ancient tower. Zhao Xianyuan sighed. "I wonder how that kid Han Yi is. I'm really not used to not having him around." Jiang Yi smiled. "Why don't you give birth to a son to accompany us?" Zhao Xianyuan glanced at him. "Although I'm romantic, I don't want to be tied down. What about you? Do you want to rebuild the Golden Crow Divine Clan?" "Humph, I'm like you. That girl from last time couldn't bear to leave you. Why did you reject her?" "I have no fixed residence. Why waste her time? I can't bring her along. Besides, she doesn't like me. It's just that I'm powerful. Then, you can have a romantic relationship with her. Why reject her directly? That's a pity. I'm not you." Lao Dan was already used to their bickering. Dao Sovereign looked ahead and said, "What do you think will happen if we gather the great Tao Providence Divine Authority of the 4 worlds, Chaos, Consciousnessless, Transcendent, and Shirtian?" Lao Dan smiled. "Don't think about it. No one can do it. Won't you be invincible if you really succeed? Even your master won't be your match." Dao Sovereign smiled. "I want to try. I've already intercepted the power of the supreme rules of the transcendent and consciousnessless worlds. Only Shirtian is left. I wonder if there are more great Tao worlds." Lao Dan shook his head. "I'm not sure. I realize that what we know is still too little and we're too narrow-minded ever since the appearance of the consciousnessless great Tao world. If every great Tao world represents the appearance of a supreme existence, it's hard to imagine what the end of the path of cultivation is." Dao Sovereign sighed. "Master is already so powerful, but he's still cultivating. I think the peak of cultivation is still very far from him. To us, it's even more so." Lao Dan nodded. No matter what, I must obtain the power of Shi Tian's supreme rules. As usual, old man, formulate a battle plan. Zhao Xianyuan and Jiang Yi will help me block the intruders. I'll teach it to you when I successfully intercept it. Dao's sovereign instructed. He could not refuse. From the beginning to the end, he had always been the leader of this team. Even Lao Dan had to listen to him. Zhao Xianyuan scratched his head and said helplessly, I hope that Shi Tian's cultivators won't disappoint me. It's been a long time since I fought to my heart's content. I already feel the loneliness of invincibility. Jiang Yi crossed his arms and curled his lips. How shameless. Although he said that, his eyes revealed anticipation. It was already very difficult for them to encounter opponents in the chaos. Perhaps there was a mighty figure stronger than them, but he was not their match. Time passed quickly. The situation in the chaos changed. New people rose and ruled the world. There were also older mighty figures who died and even overlords. It could be said to be extremely lively. To warlike people, this was an unprecedented golden age. As long as they were powerful enough, they could leave their names in history and shock the world. To Han Ju, as usual, he entered seclusion for another 5 million years. Han Ju opened his eyes, looking satisfied. He could cultivate at will after the ultimate origin world landed in the blank domain. His cultivation speed returned to before. Apart from the development of the ultimate origin world that could increase his cultivation, he could also refine his dermic powers and transform them into ultimate origin power. Apart from him, when other living beings reached the perfected Great Tao's supreme realm, they could no longer rely on meditation to increase their cultivation. It was the same even for Tao creators. They could only rely on the Great Tao world. The stronger the foundation of the Great Tao world, the stronger its master could absorb the power of the Great Tao world. Of course, this was not a one-sided absorption, but complementary and successful. Han Ju started to check his emails. Han Ling, Han Yi, Han Yao, and Han Ba Hen had been extremely active in the past 5 million years. Han Ling had established the Creation Emperor Court and had illustrious providence. Dao's sovereign and the other 3 entered Shi Tian and caused another huge number of attacks. The 4 of them were even suppressed by a mysterious mighty figure and were severely injured. Han Ju was very assured about the 4 of them. They wouldn't die. The higher one's cultivation level was, the more one cherished their life. The personal win. Disciples would definitely use the invocation technique if they really couldn't. More than half of his friends entered Shi Tian, making Han Ju look forward to it. After reading the emails, Han Ju stood up and walked out of the Taoist temple to reminisce with the good people. He only returned to the Taoist temple after hundreds of years. He was about to enter seclusion when he suddenly felt something and was slightly moved. Someone was borrowing his ultimate origin power. Han Huang. Ultimate Rage Tyrant Star. Ever since this opportunity landed on Han Huang, this was the first time he borrowed Han Ju's power. After all, his strength was already top-notch in the chaos. No one could force him to this extent. Han Huang stayed in Shi Tian during this period of time. There was such an expert in Shi Tian. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1038 Mystic Ancestor, Ancient Ultimate God. Chapter 1038 Mystic Ancestor, Ancient Ultimate God. Shi Tian, on a desolate continent covered in blood. The ground shattered and the sky tore apart. Space-time cracks were like countless huge centipedes that occupied it, looking sinister and terrifying. A 10 million feet tall mighty figure stood on the ground. His body was surrounded by dragon-like nebulous primordial chi. His long hair fluttered wildly and his figure was burly. His armor was stretched until cracks appeared. It was Han Huang. He had already used the primordial Fian Celestial's main body. His aura was like a rainbow as he looked down at the terrifying figures in the distance. 10 great Tao Supremes and more than 100 great Tao sages were scattered in all directions, trapping Han Huang here. This continent had already been set up with an array formation to isolate the void. Han Huang, today is the day you die. Eternal peak of the chaos. It's indeed impressive. Unfortunately, you will die here. Why are you talking nonsense with him? If the mystic ancestor makes a move, we have to hurry up. Ha ha ha, killing Han Huang is equivalent to cutting off an arm of the chaos. I should be careful. This fellow's aura is becoming stronger again. Han Huang smiled sinisterly and crazily upon hearing the voices coming from all directions. He was extremely excited as he sensed the endless mysterious power in his body. So this is the power of the primordial fiend celestial. With this power, I'm invincible. Han Huang roared in his heart, his eyes filled with killing intent. He slowly raised his right hand and a purple blade of light appeared in front of him. It was Han Ju's ultimate origin soul oblivion, but the color was different. Han Huang smiled disdainfully. You thieves, I'll let you see the power of the primordial fiend celestial. Primordial fiend celestial. The mighty figures of Shi Tian were in an uproar. The legend of the primordial fiend celestial had also spread in Shi Tian. In addition to the fusion of the chaos and Shi Tian, the primordial fiend celestial had become a hotly discussed name because of the chaos. Han Huang had the power of the primordial fiend celestial. Impossible. Han Huang laughed wantonly and suddenly waved his hand. Purple ultimate origin soul oblivion shot out and swept through the 100 great Tao sages in the sky. The great Tao sages attacked one after another, while the great Tao supremes attacked Han Huang. Han Huang was fearless and extremely excited. Dharma idols condensed on his body as he leapt. He waved his palm in all directions and kept using the divine might great heaven palm. Boom! 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 The world collapsed. The river of destiny hidden in the sky appeared and twisted wantonly, ready to be destroyed at any time. Han Huang grabbed a great Tao sage and crushed the great Tao runes around him, crushing his body into dust. Such was his power. Swish! A huge black sword suddenly stabbed into Han Huang's back. Endless lightning burst out and interwove around him, destroying him crazily. Even his soul was injured. Han Huang frowned and turned around. A ghost-head Taoist was casting a spell in the sky. Behind him was a netherworld-like scene of hell. Han Huang's killing intent erupted. His eyes narrowed as the ultimate origin soul oblivion condensed again and charged in front of Taoist ghost-head. Before he could react, he was obliterated by the ultimate origin soul. Even his body and soul were destroyed. The battle did not stop because of this. The other mighty figures kept attacking. A great Tao Supreme held a long sword and slashed a crack in the sky. A flowing river appeared in the crack. It was billions of kilometers wide, as if the sky was collapsing. Han Huang looked up and felt several great Tao auras. Great Tao River. Interesting. Han Huang thought of the mystical power that Tao's sovereign had used in the chaotic assembly. At this moment, a terrifying figure suddenly rose from the great Tao River. Only his upper body was revealed. He wore broken ancient bronze armor and had 4 arms. His face was like dead wood. Only his eyes were empty and lonely. There were countless divine weapons above his head, like an ancient god who had revived from the ancient battlefield. Primordial Fiend Celestial. I'll let you experience the power of the oldest chaotic Fiend Celestial first. The great Tao Supreme stood above the great Tao River and laughed wantonly. Remember his name, Ancient Ultimate God. With that said, the ancient ultimate god struggled out of the great Tao River and swooped down at Han Huang. Han Huang was about to resist when a mysterious and powerful force suddenly bound him, preventing him from moving. Crap! Han Huang was moved. Boom! The ground shattered and dust flew. The barrier in the sky shattered and the endless dark void devoured everything. On the other side. In the third Dao field. Han Ju was watching the battle with relish. Shi Tian's lineup was very strong. Most of the mighty figures guarding Shi Tian had come only to besiege Han Huang. The strongest was that mystic ancestor, right? He imprisoned Han Huang in the void, causing him to be suppressed by the ancient ultimate god. The mystic ancestor was very strong, even stronger than Laozi. The ultimate god of punishment was probably not his match one-on-one. It had to be said that Shi Tian's high-end combat strength was still very strong. However, it's not so easy to kill my son. Han Ju smiled and began to increase the ultimate origin power he sent to Han Huang. Lil brat. I want to see how much you can withstand. Boom in the abyss-like battlefield. The violent ultimate origin power dispersed the dust storm that covered the sky and pushed the majestic ancient ultimate god into the void. Nonsense. It's nothing much even if you join forces. Han Huang's wild laughter sounded. The endless dust storm was dispersed and vanished. The entire battlefield completely turned into a void. The previous vast continent had already disappeared, leaving not a single stone behind. Two waves of ultimate origin soul oblivion appeared around Han Huang and stepped on the ancient ultimate god with endless divine might. The great Tao Supreme who had summoned the great Tao River said angrily, "Don't be arrogant." The great Tao River quickly flowed and surrounded Han Huang. Ancient ultimate gods crawled out of the river like demons breaking free from their cages. Enough. A dignified voice descended. A white-robed Taoist sitting on a green lotus throne slowly landed. Resplendent divine light lit up behind him, illuminating the void. Han Huang frowned. It was this fellow again. If not for the mystic ancestor, these dogs wouldn't be his match at all. He could sense that the mystic ancestor had grasped the great Tao Providence divine authority. He could be said to still remember it. The master of the great Tao Providence divine authority in front of him was the strongest existence he had ever encountered. Mystic ancestor had a benevolent expression. His eyes were closed and his skin was as white as jade. He was like a statue. Leave your power behind and I can let you live. The mystic ancestor's voice was extremely dignified and irrefutable. Han Huang couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with him. He controlled the two streams of ultimate origin soul oblivion to attack. How fast was the ultimate origin soul oblivion? Before the afterimage disappeared, it had already arrived on both sides of the mystic ancestor, wanting to crush him. However, the ultimate origin soul passed through the mystic ancestor's body harmlessly. He was not injured at all. Han Huang frowned. Could it be that this was not his main body? Thank you for reading on my box novel. Khan the mystic ancestor said, "No power in this world can hurt me, even if it's the supreme rules." Cracks suddenly appeared on his body before he could finish speaking, causing him to open his eyes. Impossible. What power is this? Mystic ancestor was moved and immediately suppressed the remaining ultimate origin power coursing through his body. Chapter 1039 Curse Origin Star. Chapter 1039 Curse Origin Star. Han Huang didn't care that the mystic ancestor was shocked. He compressed his supreme power and ultimate origin power, causing his body to quickly shrink and recover his mortal body. He raised his hands, and two ultimate origin soul oblivion condensed in his palms again. He attacked the mystic ancestor at an extremely fast speed. "You're courting death." A great Tao Supreme saw that something was wrong with the mystic ancestor and immediately stopped him. Han Huang waved the ultimate origin soul oblivion and slashed. The great Tao Supreme took out an ancient lamp. The ancient lamp emitted a strong light, but it was directly shattered by the ultimate origin soul oblivion. How can this be? The great Tao Supreme's expression changed drastically. Before he could dodge, Han Huang's other ultimate origin soul oblivion slashed over, destroying his body and soul. Han Huang followed in front of the mystic ancestor. Two ultimate origin soul oblivion slashed at him. Mystic Ancestor immediately dodged, causing Han Huang to miss. At this moment, ancient ultimate gods flew out from the great Tao River and drowned Han Huang like an army of locusts. Divine light burst out and flickered. Ancient ultimate gods were forcefully killed by Han Huang. The great Tao Supreme who controlled the great Tao River gritted his teeth and kept casting spells to summon more ancient ultimate gods from the great Tao River. As the number of ancient ultimate gods increased, this great Tao Supreme's body shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if his blood qi had been sucked dry. Soon, his skin turned to dust like paper, leaving only a skeleton. He was no longer able to summon the ancient ultimate god, and the ancient ultimate gods previously summoned had already been killed by Han Huang. The ancient ultimate god was indeed very strong. That pressure was enough to crush ordinary great Tao Supremes, but he was like a mortal and could not withstand a single blow in front of the ultimate origin power. Han Huang arrived in front of the mystic ancestor again and smiled sinisterly. "I thought you were strong. Why are you running away like a rat?" Mystic Ancestor was still infuriated no matter how good-tempered he was. He said coldly, "Junior, you're too arrogant." Boom! Two white beams of light suddenly shot out from the Mystic Ancestor's eyes and drowned Han Huang. In the light, Han Huang crossed the two ultimate origin souls in front of him and easily blocked this light, causing a hollow area to appear in the middle of the light. Too powerful. Han Huang thought with fascination. He was referring to the power in his hand and not the mystic ancestor's power. He felt that he was omnipotent as he held the ultimate origin soul oblivion. No matter how powerful an existence was, it was nothing in front of him. He laughed wantonly in excitement and approached the mystic ancestor again. Great Tao sages flew over from all directions wanting to stop him. In the end, they were swept away by the ultimate origin soul oblivion. They were all reduced to ashes when they touched it. Han Ju was speechless. My ultimate origin soul oblivion is being used by this brat like this. It's too uncouth. But it made sense on second thought. His ultimate origin soul oblivion could automatically kill enemies, but to Han Huang, it was an external force and could not be used freely. From the battle situation, Han Huang was definitely going to win. Unless the immeasurable destruction venerable personally took action. This battle shouldn't alarm the immeasurable destruction venerable. Although Han Huang could win, those great Tao sages all had life-saving methods. It was impossible for them to fight with their main bodies. Even if they did, soul fragments would definitely be reborn. It was very difficult to truly kill a great Tao sage. Most of the time, he had to use a karma mystical power to destroy it. Although the Book of Misfortune was not affected by karma, it was essentially a karma attack. However, its karma was high level and surpassed ordinary karma. Han Ju naturally wouldn't use the Book of Misfortune to curse Han Huang's enemies to death. In this life, everyone had their own methods. If they lost, they had to be able to afford it. Han Huang had countless mortal enemies along the way. How could Han Ju curse them all to death? Even his son was like this, let alone his other children and personal disciples. Han Ju was in a good mood and thought of the creation heavens chosen he had accumulated. Should he use it? It just so happened that he didn't have anyone by his side. Han Ju couldn't help but smile. Activating the creation heavens chosen. A random great creation will appear among your descendants. Your descendant Shani has awakened an innate great creation curse origin star, ultimate origin great creation. Because you cursed many times, it left a mark in the depths of your soul and subsequently affected the ultimate origin world, producing the Tao of curses and forming the creation star phase. This creation can give curse talent that does not involve karma. Han Ju was stunned. This was a humanoid Book of Misfortune. Goodness. You can do that? Han Ju was interested in Shani. He had to control this kid well to prevent him from being treated as the Dark Forbidden Lord. He began to deduce Shawnee. No wonder this fellow's surname was not Han. He wasn't born into the Han family but into a great world of Shi Tian. The heavenly Tao had also been investigating Shi Tian for millions of years. A portion of the Han family disciples had been sent out. When Shi Tian was adventuring, some died and some disappeared. Shawnee was the child left behind by the missing. Shawnee's ancestor was surnamed Han. He was saved by a woman from Shi Tian when he was severely injured and had children with her. However, Shawnee's parents died at the hands of the chaotic cultivators. The chaos and the heavenly Tao plundered each other. The world where Shawnee was located was slaughtered by the chaotic cultivator. Only a few people survived, including Shawnee. Before obtaining the curse origin star, Shawnee was hiding in a ruin to survive. He was only 16 years old now. He had lived alone for 10 years. Han Ju sighed. Another unfortunate descendant. He did not move immediately. Instead, he waited for the transformation to end. Shawnee awakened the curse origin star. At this moment, he was wrapped by the curse power like a black egg. Several months later, Shawnee finally awakened. During this period of time, his body instinctively absorbed the spirit chi of heaven and earth and became stronger. In the ruins, Shawnee's clothes were tattered. His hair was messy and his face was dirty and covered in sweat. He looked at his hands in surprise. This power. That's right. It really exists. Could this be the dermic powers of a cultivator? Shawnee was overjoyed. He would never forget the calamity back then. He had always wanted revenge, but it was difficult for him to even survive because he didn't have a cultivation technique. Sure. I'm finally qualified to take revenge. Shawnee clenched his fists and muttered to himself. At this moment, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. A man appeared in front of him. He was stunned. He had never seen such a handsome man. It was indescribable. After being stunned for a moment, he suddenly retreated and looked around in horror. It was a Taoist temple with its door closed. To be able to suddenly bring him here, the other party must be a cultivator. Shawnee was extremely hostile to cultivators, but because he was too weak, this hostility turned into nervousness and fear. Han Ju smiled warmly. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. Shawnee swallowed and asked carefully, what are you doing? Han Ju said, cultivate beside me in the future. Shawnee widened his eyes. Immortal? Could it be because of the power he had awakened earlier? That must be it. There was no free lunch in the world. Shawnee was silent. He began to think about how to escape. Han Ju smiled. With your current strength, you will need about 7 octodecillion years to return to where you came from. Moreover, this prerequisite applies only after you learn how to fly. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1040 Shadow of Hatred. Chapter 1040 Shadow of Hatred 7 octodecillion years. Shawnee was stunned. He couldn't imagine what this number meant. He asked carefully, who are you? Why did you capture me? Han Ju smiled. Me? I'm your ancestor. I took you in because I saw that you were pitiful. Ancestor. Shawnee hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. Han Ju said, your ancestor is from the Han family of the heavenly Tao. The chaos and Shi Tian have fused 10 million years ago, he told Shawnee about his ancestry. Hatred flashed across Shawnee's eyes when he heard about the chaos, but the long timeline shocked him. When he learned about the Han family's past, his emotions were even more complicated. It turned out that his ancestor and his hated enemy actually came from the same place. In a sense, it was a misunderstanding. His heart collapsed. Why was this happening? He felt that fate was teasing him. Han Ju said, this is the karma of the world. Anyone will face calamity in their life. Cultivate beside me in peace in the future and let go of your hatred. Shawnee looked up and gritted his teeth. Impossible. I must take revenge. I don't care about my ancestry. I only know that that person killed my parents. I must kill him one day. Hanju smiled and continued, cultivate beside me. Every time I enter seclusion, it will take 5 million years. After 5 million years, that person will probably be long dead. Even if you rush back now and look for him, you won't be able to catch up to his lifespan limit. Shawnee was stunned. Although he felt that it was ridiculous, what the ancestor said was the truth. At such a distance and at such a time, revenge became pale and meaningless. But he was indignant. Hanju waved his sleeve and cast a spell to cleanse Shawnee's body. Then, he changed into a clean Taoist robe. As expected of his descendants, they were all very handsome. Hanju created a mat beside him and gestured for Shawnee to sit down. He began to teach this kid the cultivation technique. When Shawnee's cultivation level increased to a certain realm, he could ignore language communication. Then, he would introduce him to the disciples of the third Tao field. As Hanju cultivated in seclusion, he multitasked and guided Shawnee from time to time. Year after year passed. Shawnee originally thought that Hanju was scaring him, but slowly, he felt that it was true. He felt lonely after cultivating for decades. He wanted to go out, but he discovered that he couldn't open the door of the Taoist temple no matter what he did, much less use spells to break out. He had no choice but to continue cultivating. He tried again thousands of years later, using his mystical power, but he crashed into the wall. Just like that, Shawnee began to cultivate to escape. He gradually forgot his hatred. Time could erase everything. When there was no hope and things were not going well, they could only remember hatred. However, if they lived a positive life and had a bright future, the weight of hatred would decrease greatly. Of course, they still had to take revenge if they succeeded in the future. Shawnee's temperament was also constantly transforming. He was not as cold as before. Time passed quickly. Nearly 5 million years passed in the blink of an eye. Hanju woke up and notifications appeared in front of him. Detected that you are 80 million years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and destroy the other great Tao worlds. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a chance to upgrade the system function. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and maintain your original intention. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, and a creation spirit stone. You have obtained a creation heaven's chosen attempt. He definitely couldn't choose the first option. That would attract too much hatred. Hanju silently chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, and a creation spirit stone. The creation heavens chosen was activated when he was 10 million years old. He obtained a chance every 10 million years. Currently, the descendants who obtained the creation heavens chosen were Han Huang, Han Ling, Han Yao, Han Yi, Han Ba Hen, and Shawnee. He had 8 attempts at 80 million years old. There were still 2 slots left. Hanju looked at Shawnee beside him. After so many years, Shawnee had already attained the Tao and was about to attain freedom. His cultivation speed was considered slow compared to his other descendants. At this age, Hanju was not only at the freedom realm. Hanju decided to keep the creation heavens chosen for now and draw 10 consecutive times in the future. When his descendants thought that they were already independent and didn't need Hanju, he would use the creation heavens chosen and use a new batch of creation descendants to stimulate them. Hanju stood up, causing Shawnee to wake up. He felt as if a lifetime had passed as he saw Hanju stand up. 1 million years ago, he was impatient and uneasy. Later, He got used to it and became immersed in cultivation, unable to extricate himself. It was as if he had a long dream. Han Ju brought him out of the Taoist temple to see the others. Shani was even more stunned when he saw the situation of the Tao field. It was more beautiful than he had imagined. It was like paradise, as beautiful as a painting. Wow, another descendant. He's quite shy. Xing Hongxian said in surprise. Then, she pinched Shani's face, scaring him so much that he hurriedly retreated. Qinghuaner and Xian Qingjun also sized him up with interest. Han Ju smiled, "These are all your grandmothers. Don't be afraid. You have to treat them like mothers in the future, understand? I'll deal with you if you're rude." Shani's nervousness vanished. Although he had interacted with Han Ju for 5 million years, he had never understood his personality. It was filled with distance. Now, Han Ju's threat made him feel that he was human. After that, Han Ju brought Shani to the second Tao field to see the other personal disciples. Han Ju left a clone in the second Tao field. If any disciple wanted to go out, they could report to the clone at any time. Currently, half of the disciples in the second Tao field were still here. The black hell chicken shouted when it saw Shani, "Master has another son." The others gathered. Han Ju said angrily, "It's not a son, but a descendant." He briefly introduced Shani. The disciples felt pity for him after learning about his background. "Who killed your parents? Pass me his voice and appearance. I'll get the hidden sect disciples to put him on the wanted list," Murongqi asked. Shani couldn't help but look at Han Ju. Han Ju said, "That person has already died. He slaughtered another world of Shi Tian 3 million years ago. He was attacked by a mighty figure and died. He didn't even have a chance to enter the cycle of reincarnation." Everyone was silent. This was the first time Shani had heard this news. He frowned. Several days later, Han Ju brought Shani to his territory. It could be considered telling the personal disciples that if they encountered Shani in the future, they had to take care of him. The personal disciples were no longer the same as before. They naturally understood the meaning of Han Ju's actions. Back in the Taoist temple, Shani remained silent. Han Ju said, "The power awakened in your body before I moved you into the Taoist temple was given by me. You're not the only one. Previously, I also chose other 6 descendants. Some of them were even worse off than you, but they have already walked out of the shadow of hatred and started living for themselves. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm." Chapter 1041 Legend of the Dark Forbidden Lord. Chapter 1041 Legend of the Dark Forbidden Lord. Is there really someone worse than me? Shani was stunned and asked in disbelief. He fell silent after Han Ju recounted Han Bashan's experience. "Cultivate well and find your true goal. Don't disappoint me," Han Ju said meaningfully. Shani couldn't help but look up at him. For some reason, Shani felt that his smile was so holy and noble. Compared to this progenitor, he was really too petty. He was so petty that he wasn't worthy of cultivating by his side. Shani had already understood the Han family. They had countless descendants and had been passed down for tens of millions of years. There were definitely descendants more outstanding than him in the myriad worlds and descendants who were even more miserable than him. Even so, the progenitor had chosen him, Shani. At this moment, indescribable emotions surged in his heart. His unwillingness and hatred dissipated. He said seriously, "Progenitor, I will work hard and not let you down." Han Ju smiled. "Do you sense your own strength?" Shani said, "Yes, but it's very vague. This power seems to be the Tao of karma you talked about. I can use it to spy on the chaos and yin-yang, but I can't make it work for me. What I'm talking about is transforming it into my combat power." Han Ju said, "There's an extremely mysterious mighty figure in the chaos. He might also be the most mysterious existence in the entire chaos and Shirtian. His name is the Dark Forbidden Lord. No one has seen his true body, but many mighty figures were cursed to death by him. He introduced the Dark Forbidden Lord from the perspective of others. Shani was surprised. Using curses to attain the Tao and shock the world. There was such an existence. I've also been cursed by the Dark Forbidden Lord, so I pass the power of karma to you. I want you to become an existence like him. In the future, when the Dark Forbidden Lord curses me, help me curse him. Hanju smiled, causing Shani's blood to boil. The progenitor had given him a goal to cultivate, so he was naturally excited. After understanding why the progenitor had taken him in, not only was he not disappointed, but he was even more grateful to him. The progenitor actually chose him to fight such a powerful existence. How highly regarded was this? Shani clenched his fists and said, I'll definitely use the power of karma to protect the progenitor and everyone. The so-called everyone included the descendants of the Han family and the hidden sect disciples. These days, Han Ju brought him to see the others, and they were very passionate and took care of him, making him feel the kinship he had not felt for a long time. He cherished this very much. Han Ju rubbed his head, making him feel embarrassed. Although Shani was almost 5 million years old, his mind was still stuck at the age of youth. He had been in seclusion all these years and had not gained any experience. You're my most favored descendant. I believe you. Han Ju smiled gently. Shani was so excited that his entire body seemed to be burning. Then, Han Ju let him continue cultivating. After entering his cultivation state, Shani quickly calmed down. Han Ju smiled and started to check his emails. Your son Han Huang was attacked by cultivators from Shirtian, X80922321. Your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure from Shirtian and was severely injured. Your disciple Ji Xianxian has entered Shirtian's River of Destiny. Your good friend, the ultimate god of punishment, was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure. Your daughter Han Ling has obtained the faith of more than 100 million living beings. Her cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Li Dao Kong has fused with the Sword Dao River and established the Great Dao World. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your good friend Holy Mother of Order has entered the Purity Great Dao World. It was still so lively. Every email contained abundant information. Han Ju could think of a soul-stirring plot. How interesting. He suddenly envied these guys. It was precisely because their cultivation speed was inferior to his that they could experience more life than him. Han Ju also wanted to act recklessly, but he had no backing. His personal disciples and descendants at least had his support. As for him, along the way, he could only rely on the system to become stronger. He would also die if he encountered a powerful enemy that far exceeded his current realm. Therefore, he was very glad that he had chosen the right path. Not going out would reduce the chances of coming into contact with powerful enemies. He had to keep a low profile and not attract too much attention before he grew up. Han Ju focused on the Ultimate Origin World after reading the emails. The Ultimate Origin World was far from the chaos and Shirtian. Only Great Dao Supremes could step into the blank domain. However, even Great Dao Supremes didn't dare to enter the blank domain. The Dao creators did not attack the Ultimate Origin World, so it was calm. However, this was only around the Ultimate Origin World. An unprecedented conflict had appeared in the Ultimate Origin World. As more and more living beings appeared, the Nether race and the chaotic fiend celestials preached. More and more cultivators appeared. Ambition would naturally grow as one became stronger. Some were born evil, some were born bloodthirsty, and some began to plunder because of the upper limit of their potential. There were all sorts of situations, and conflicts naturally appeared. Han Ju had no other thoughts about this. He was happy to see this. He could hand it over to the Nether race and the Ultimate Origin Soul race. Only after chaos could order be established. Battles would ensue sooner or later wherever living beings were. Powerful existences needed to be weak. He wouldn't care as long as the Ultimate Origin world didn't suffer any calamity. What he wanted to do was guide all living beings in the Ultimate Origin world. Han Ju could already understand why gods didn't care about mortal suffering. He had become such a god despised by mortals. In an extremely bright hall, 2 rows of stone pillars that were so tall that their tops couldn't be seen formed a great Tao that connected the heavens. At the end of the great Tao, a figure sat on a 1,000-foot-tall jade throne. It was Han Ling. Han Ling wore a golden sleeve dress and had a dignified posture. Her long hair scattered on the throne and she wore the Dragon Phoenix Emperor crown. She was like an ancient god who had created everything. She meditated quietly, looking dignified and holy. At this moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the vast hall below. Han Yao, Han Yi, Han Ba Hen. The 3 of them had terrifying auras and were domineering, like invincible war gods. Facing Han Ling, they knelt down and bowed. Han Yao said, "Your Majesty, the supreme rules have been stripped from Shi Tian. The various factions have gone to fight for the supreme rules and want to obtain the great Tao Providence divine authority. I want to represent the Creation Emperor Court in this fight." Han Yi snorted. This battle concerns the Creation Emperor Court's reputation. We still have to send the strongest Emperor General, which is me. Han Ba Hen chuckled. Although you are strong, you are not as domineering as me. If you want to shock the world, you still have to rely on my strength. The 3 of them competed openly. No one wanted to lose to each other. Han Ling said, "All of you, go together. You must obtain the supreme rules. You can't give up even if you face my second brother." Han Yi smiled. "Ancestor Han Huang. I've long wanted to spar with him." Han Yao and Han Ba Hen also looked expectant. They had never seen Han Huang's true strength, but he was indeed famous. They could be said to be thunderous and naturally wanted to challenge him. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1042 Great Chaotic Battle. Chapter 1042 Great Chaotic Battle, the 3 of you have to work together. I allow you to compete, but that's amongst yourselves. You have to unite when you face a common enemy, understand? Han Ling's voice was indifferent, but it was extremely oppressive. Han Yi and the other 2 nodded and promised not to act recklessly. Han Ling instructed again before Han Yi and the other 2 left. Han Ling took out a mirror as she looked at their departing figures. This mirror was golden and murky. Han Ling's lips moved as she silently chanted. Soon, a shadow crawled out of the mirror. It was her Emperor Soldier. The Emperor Soldier transformed into a beam of light and sped away. Han Ling smiled and closed her eyes. Shi Tian, in the extreme abyss. Dense mist filled the air. One could vaguely see the undulating mountains. A huge river of light floated in the air and flowed quietly, bringing light to a radius of billions of kilometers. Dao Sovereign, Zhao Shenyuan, Jiang Yi, and Lao Dan flew over and stopped in front of the river. Lao Dan clicked his tongue in wonder. Shi Tian is really magical. A supreme rule actually fell. This is something that I don't dare to think about in the chaos. Jiang Yi shook his head. I'm afraid it's a conspiracy. Recently, the chaos has been wreaking havoc in Shi Tian. The appearance of this supreme rule can attract most chaotic cultivators. We can destroy everyone in one go if we set up an ambush. Zhao Shenyuan smiled. It's not that easy. Junior Huang swept through Shi Tian alone. How can Shi Tian organize their combat strength to annihilate the chaos? Jiang Yi smiled as he felt that it made sense. Dao Sovereign stared at the supreme rule, thinking about something. Lao Dan was about to speak when a powerful aura arrived. I, the great heavenly God King, want this supreme rule. A powerful shout sounded. Great heavenly God King, one of the 10 absolute prodigies of the first chaotic assembly. Dao's sovereign frowned. He naturally remembered the great heavenly God King. This fellow made him very unhappy. He didn't expect to encounter him here today. Dressed in a clean white robe, the great heavenly God King stepped on a white dragon. The white dragon was 10,000 miles long. Its 4 claws stepped on the clouds and rode the mist. It was mighty and domineering. The great heavenly God King smiled as his gaze landed on Dao's sovereign. Isn't this the dark horse who suddenly deflated halfway through the chaotic assembly? TSK, are you coveting external forces again? Be careful not to empty your Dao heart and lose yourself. These words were extremely vicious, causing Dao's sovereign's eyes to erupt with killing intent. Without another word, Dao's sovereign attacked the great heavenly God King. Jiang Yi followed closely behind. Zhao Xianyuan did not attack. Instead, he looked at the supreme rule and asked Lao Dan, "Old man, what power do you think this supreme rule represents?" Boom, the 3 great Dao Supremes fought chaotically, shaking the world, causing the evil mist in the world to churn violently. Lao Dan stared at the supreme rule and said, "Its aura is vast, but it's not ferocious at all. Perhaps it's related to karma and providence." At this moment, powerful auras arrived from all directions of this endless abyss. Zhao Xianyuan and Lao Dan were moved. Damn it, why is it so fast? Zhao Xianyuan cursed in a low voice. He took out a red sword made of dragon blood and prepared to fight. On the other side, Han Yu, Qin Ling, Azure Heaven Mystic, Ji Xianchen, and Zhao Shuangquan rode a green light and sped through the void. Zhao Shuangquan stared ahead and said, "The battle has already begun. There are at least 10 great Dao Supremes. The number of great Dao sages is constantly increasing. There are already more than 30. Han Yu sighed. The fight for the supreme rules is really crazy. Ji Xianchen smiled. This scene reminds me of when I was still a mortal. Sage Fang Liang and I also wandered around. We dared to barge in no matter how many enemies there were. All sorts of things from back then appeared in front of him. Then, why is your relationship with Sage Fang Liang? Qin Ling asked in surprise. Han Yu glared at him. Ji Xianchen smiled. There will always be differences on the path of pursuit. Once some cracks appear, they can't be healed. Even if the 2 sides want to reconcile, you juniors have to consider carefully, especially when it involves people close to you. Qin Ling, Azure Heaven Mystic, and Zhao Shuangquan were thoughtful. Alright, let's not talk about this. The commotion caused by the supreme rules this time is so great. Just try your best when the time comes. You can't fight to the death even if you can't obtain it, understand? Ji Xianchen waved his hand and smiled. His gaze landed on Azure Heaven Mystic and Zhao Shuang. Zhao Shuangquan said proudly, "I am the eternal peak. I'm naturally invincible." Azure Heaven Mystic snorted. "You're really arrogant. If not for the fact that I didn't attend this chaotic assembly, how could you have obtained the eternal peak so easily?" Zhao Shuangquan chuckled. They were not the only ones. Other chaotic factions also rushed over. The current Shirtian had already become a banquet of the chaos. The various factions were fighting to split it amongst themselves. 5 million years later. Han Ju opened his eyes and checked his emails. During this seclusion, he felt many times that a huge battle had erupted. It was not only Shirtian, but also the chaos. It even involved the ultimate god of punishment. However, the ultimate god of punishment and the disciples did not use the invocation technique to summon him, so he did not care. Your disciple Dao's sovereign was attacked by your good friend Zhao Shuangquan. Your disciple Dao's sovereign was attacked by your good friend Azure Heaven Mystic. Your disciple Jiang Yi was attacked by your descendant Han Yu. Your disciple Dao Sovereign was attacked by your son Han Tuo and was severely injured. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by your descendant Han Yi. Your son Han Tuo was attacked by your descendant Han Yao and was severely injured. Your descendant Han Yao was attacked by your enemy, the nine-headed divine spirit. He was severely injured. Your enemy was attacked by your good friend Huang Zuantian and was severely injured. Good Lord, had these guys gone mad? Han Ju couldn't help but deduce that chaotic battle. So it was to fight for a supreme rule of Shi Tian. This supreme rule was controlled by a force that Han Ju couldn't even deduce. The immeasurable destruction venerable. How despicable. No one from the chaos obtained the supreme rule even after tens of thousands of years of chaotic battle. Instead, they were all injured. The supreme rule shattered into 3,000 fragments and scattered in every corner of Shi Tian under the immeasurable destruction venerable's deliberate control. In the next 2 million years, it became a divine crystal that could satisfy any wish of all living beings, causing another huge commotion. Han Ju discovered that after the chaos fused with Shi Tian, the overall domain was actually expanding. New creations and strange lands were also born in the chaos, and the chaotic spirit Qi was also steadily increasing. The chaos would increase by another level when the purity Great Tao world arrived. From the looks of it, the 4 Tao creators had already compromised with the 9th chaos. Otherwise, they should have resisted and not watched as their Great Tao world was devoured. Although the immeasurable destruction venerable was plotting against the chaos, his methods were too small and could not be shown. He couldn't stop the situation of the chaos at all and could only avenge himself. Progenitor, I've already comprehended the curse power. Do you want me to curse anyone? Tell me, who do you want me to curse? Shan Yi's voice floated over from the side. His tone was filled with excitement and anticipation. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1043 Turing Shi Tian. Chapter 1043 Turing Shi Tian. Oh. Will your curse be deduced? Han Ju raised his eyebrows. His tone was calm, like a basin of cold water extinguishing Shan Yi's excitement. Shan Yi hesitated for a moment and said, those weaker than me shouldn't be able to deduce me. I can't guarantee that with those with higher cultivation levels than me, Han Ju said meaningfully, no one can deduce the dark forbidden lord. Your target is him. Perhaps his cultivation level is top-notch, so no one can deduce it. Then you have to have a top-notch cultivation level. Before that, you can't curse anyone to prevent trouble. But, Shan Yi's face immediately turned pale. How long would it take for him to reach the top standard Han Ju mentioned? Han Ju smiled. I should test your strength. Are you prepared? Shan Yi asked in surprise, what do you want to do? Han Ju introduced the simulation trial to him and gave him the authority to use it. As expected, Shan Yi quickly became obsessed with the simulation trial. Shan Yi was still a little short of the Great Tao realm. His cultivation talent was clearly not as high as the other creation stars. Perhaps this was their strength. Shan Yi's curse origin star was not an existence that could fight head-on. Shan Yi couldn't dominate the freedom realm in the simulation trial, but he felt that he was invincible in the same realm. Little did he know that Han Ling could fight 10,000 people of the same realm. Han Ju didn't have high requirements for Shan Yi, so he didn't use Han Ling to suppress him. Looking at the simulation trial, Han Ju stood up and left. After interacting with his Tao companions for a period of time, Han Ju came to the 100-peak Immortal River and visited Fairy Xixian. Coincidentally, Chang Yue was also here. Junior Han. Seeing Han Ju appear, Chang Yue immediately smiled in surprise. She immediately rushed over and hugged him. You really care about Master. I've never seen you visit me before. Chang Yue giggled. She was not jealous at all because she knew that she had no right to be. If not for Han Ju, she would have long turned to dust. How could she have achieved her current freedom cultivation? Fairy Shi Xian berated her. "Yue, don't talk nonsense." Tens of millions of years passed. The two women had already become family. After all, to them, their old friends were already dead. Han Ju smiled. "It's fine. Senior is still the same as before. It's good. If you're distant from me, I'll feel uncomfortable instead." Chang Yue smiled even more proudly. She hugged his arm and refused to let go. Han Ju had to remind her tactfully and naturally pulled his arm out. The three of them sat down and started chatting. Han Ju asked them about their experiences during this period of time. Chang Yue began to chatter non-stop. Han Ju and Fairy Shi Xian smiled at her and found it interesting. Although the cultivation days were boring, the occasional atmosphere was quite satisfying. Even though Han Ju had an invincible goal, he enjoyed his current situation. His days would probably be as calm as now when he was invincible. However, he did not pursue invincibility to have an exciting life. It was just to ensure his safety. Chang Yue spoke for 2 hours without finishing. Han Ju smiled. "Are you very curious about Shi Tian?" "Yes, but I heard that Shi Tian's battle was extremely tragic. I shouldn't join in the fun. I'm afraid that I'll lose my life if I'm not careful." "You can leave your soul fragment behind. You can revive even if you die. Your freedom, after all. What if I encounter the legendary Great Tao Supreme? It will be bad if they use the Tao of Karma to destroy my soul fragment to kill my main body. It's fine. You can summon me if you encounter danger. I'll support you." "Really?" Chang Yue asked in surprise. Han Ju smiled and nodded. Fairy Shi Xian frowned. "Yue, don't be like this. Han Ju is busy cultivating. How can he divert his attention to you?" Chang Yue curled her lips and felt that it made sense. Han Ju smiled. "With my cultivation, not to mention helping you, even splitting 10,000 wills is as easy as flipping my palm." Chang Yue thought for a moment and said, "Forget it." Han Ju said, "How about I accompany you? I'll play for 1,000 years before coming back to cultivate." Chang Yue's eyes lit up. "Really?" "Yes. That's great. Master, do you want to go together? This is a good opportunity to nurture experience." Chang Yue giggled. Han Ju saw through her schemes and knew that she pretended to almost let it slip. However, Han Ju didn't expose her. Chang Yue's intentions were mainly to please him. Chang Yue might really like him. More than 80 million years had passed and she had never had an affair with other men. Han Ju could deduce this. This opportunity was also a chance for them to grow closer to each other. Previously, Xing Hongxian had also reminded him that Fairy Shi Xian and Chang Yue were still waiting for him. Why didn't she give him a chance? Not to mention a transcendent cultivation expert like Han Ju, there were countless ordinary Zenith Heaven Golden Immortal women. Of course, some men liked multiple women. However, Han Ju already had enough women and was clearly not looking for more. Fairy Shi Xian hesitated at Chang Yue's suggestion. Han Ju looked at her and smiled. "Let's go together. I want you to go. We've known each other for so long, but we've never traveled together." Fairy Shi Xian smiled. "All right." Just like that, the two women packed up and followed Han Ju to Shi Tian. As a Tao creator, Han Ju would not be rejected no matter where he went. This was a realm that surpassed the great Tao world. However, once he entered Shi Tian, he would definitely be noticed by the immeasurable destruction venerable. He believed that the immeasurable destruction venerable could guess his reason after seeing the two women. With their cultivation levels, there was really no need to destroy each other's great Tao world and form a death grudge. If the great Tao world perished, the Tao creator would not die. As long as the great Tao world was destroyed not too late, the Tao creator could directly recover. Just like how the ninth chaos directly revived all living beings in the chaos. It was so domineering. They quickly entered Shi Tian under Han Ju's lead. Chang Yuer looked around. It doesn't look much different from the chaos. I heard that Junior Han's children are also fighting for a huge opportunity in Shi Tian. I wonder if I can encounter them on this trip. Han Ju smiled. They're indeed still around, but there's no need to encounter them. They're busy fighting for opportunities and don't have the time like us. Fairy Shi Xian asked, could it be that one of your descendants created the recently famous Creation Emperor Court in the chaos? Yes, Ling created it. Ah. That girl is so powerful. Chang Yuer was surprised. She had always felt that Han Ling was weak and adorable, unlike Han Qing'er, who was as lively as her. Han Ju smiled. My daughter is probably comparable to Huang'er. Chang Yuer was even more shocked. Fairy Shi Xian smiled. I sensed it before. She's very similar to the past you. Thinking of the past, she tried her best to fight for opportunities for Han Ju, but whenever she wanted to go out or there was some risk, Han Ju would not accept it no matter what. He would appear humble to everyone and even look weak in their eyes. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1044 Appearance of the Deity. Chapter 1044 Appearance of the Deity. Although Shi Tian was in chaos, that was only for the environment. Many places were still peaceful and not harmed. Han Ju and the other two came to a great world at the edge of Shi Tian. It was like the earth in the Milky Way. It lay quietly in the corner of the void, lonely and beautiful. The living beings in this world were very weak. The strongest living being was only an immortal emperor. No wonder they were not affected. Of course, they would probably not be able to escape the outcome of being destroyed if they encountered cultivators who wanted to slaughter them. The three of them entered the world. Countless mortal worlds gathered around this world like the heavenly Tao. They were still dominated by humans. To be precise, they were a race with connate Tao physique. They had different names in different worlds. With the cultivation of Han Ju and the other two, they could directly understand the language of this world. There was no obstacle in communication. They first entered a mortal world and began to travel. Han Ju chatted and laughed with them as he looked into the depths of Shi Tian. Another huge battle erupted. He saw some familiar figures. Han Tua, Yi Tian, Han Huang, Han Yi, Han Yao, Dao Sovereign, Zhao Xianyuan, Han Ba Hen, Zhao Shuangchuan, Huang Zuntian, Ji Xianchen, and so on. They were all fighting for a supreme rule. How lively! As they fought, everyone began to besiege Han Huang because he was too powerful. Even Han Tua had to admit that his second brother had already far surpassed him. The three of them arrived at a town and felt the culture there. It was impossible for the three of them to encounter trouble with their cultivation levels. Even if someone dared to find trouble with them, they could resolve it with a thought. After the three of them walked for more than 1,000 worlds, the chaotic battle in the depths of Shi Tian continued. Since they had nothing to do, Han Ju and the other two stopped on a cliff. Han Ju waved his hand and created a screen of light, revealing the scene of a chaotic battle. The two women watched curiously. Chang Yuer saw Han Yao displaying his mystical power and couldn't help but sigh. Time passed so quickly. Junior Han's descendants are already so strong. Fairy Shi Xian smiled. That's right. Although there's a huge difference in seniority between us and them, in terms of experience, we're far inferior to them. She looked at Han Ju with a gentle gaze. The greatest providence in her life was when she accepted Han Ju as her disciple. Chang Yuer asked curiously, Junior Han, who do you think will laugh in the end? Huang'er, Tor, or your other descendants? That Han Yao, Han Yi, and Han Ba-hen are very powerful when they join forces. If there's no surprise, it's Huanger, but wanting to obtain that rule is wishful thinking. Why? He can't obtain it even if he wins. Yes, there's a conspiracy behind this. It involves the existence who created this great world. His cultivation level is extraordinary. He can't be named or discussed, so I won't introduce him to you, Han Ju replied. Chang Yue and Fairy Shi Xian looked at each other. Shi Tian was an existence comparable to the chaos. Such a world was actually created by a mighty figure. They couldn't imagine it. Could there really be a creation god? Chang Yue asked curiously, Junior Han, what realm are you at now? Can you compare to the transcendent existence who established Shi Tian? Han Ju said, I can barely compare, but he has cultivated countless years earlier than me. If we really fight to the death, I'm naturally not his match. Chang Yue frowned. She thought that Han Ju was already the strongest, but she didn't expect there to be stronger existences. The divine might heavenly sage is really humble. Your ability has already surpassed mine. A voice entered Han Ju's ears. It was the immeasurable destruction venerable. Han Ju replied in his mind, fellow Taoist, don't worry. I'm only here to play. I won't harm Shi Tian. The immeasurable destruction venerable's voice sounded, I hope so. I'm also worried that the juniors will be rash and rude. Han Ju replied in his mind, you're thinking too much. I'm also afraid that you'll destroy my great Tao world. The immeasurable destruction venerable snorted and did not say anything else. From the beginning to the end, Chang Yue and Fairy Shi Xian did not hear their conversation. They were still nervously watching the battle. Even if their cultivation levels were insufficient and they could not see the details of the battle, from the scene, they could barely tell who had the upper hand. Han Huang fought more than 100 great Tao sages alone. He was extremely domineering. His strength was clearly on par with his other opponents. The three of them continued on their way after watching for several hours. There were many wonders in Shi Tian's world. Several days later, they met in the void. In the dark void stood a lake that emitted 7-colored light. That's right, it was a lake. It was tens of billions of kilometers long and wide. The land and a forest formed a circle that surrounded the lake. Han Ju could feel that it contained extremely dense spirit qi. Not only that, but there were also the great Tao of time and space hidden inside. In other words, this lake could connect the past and the future, traveling through the past and present. So beautiful! Chang Yue exclaimed in surprise. It was all thanks to her that this trip was not so boring. Han Ju felt like he was raising his daughter with Fairy Shi Xian. Fairy Shi Xian frowned. There are many powerful auras inside. Let's take a detour. Chang Yue waved her hand and said, Master, what are you thinking? With Junior Han around, what are you afraid of? Could it be that Shi Tian's master is lying inside? Fairy Shi Xian was still very hesitant. She looked at Han Ju. He smiled and said, there's indeed a great Tao sage and its companion hidden inside. They're not too strong. We can go in and take a look. Fairy Shi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Since Han Ju said that, he definitely didn't care about the existence inside. To those at the Freedom Realm, there was no difference between a great Tao sage and a great Tao supreme. That was why she was so hesitant, not knowing if the existence inside threatened Han Ju. The three of them quickly entered the 7-colored mountain lake. The existences hidden in the lake and forest did not sense them. Chang Yue and Fairy Shi Xian guessed that it was Han Ju's doing. How terrifying! He had numbed the other party without anyone knowing. The two women toured curiously, while Han Ju's thoughts drifted. Han Huang began to borrow his ultimate origin power again. He had to control it cautiously, afraid that Han Huang would explode. Even a wisp of ultimate origin power was enough for Han Huang to deal with the danger in front of him. Then again, what was that? A mysterious and strange existence appeared in Han Huang's hand. Han Ju found it familiar. Wasn't that the strange deity? The strange deity was released by Han Ju a long time ago. At first, this fellow would return and then disappear. Han Ju deduced that it was not in danger and didn't care. The strange deity was very similar to the inauspicious evil. All living beings couldn't spy on it, but it could attack living beings. The current strange deity had already condensed a physical body. Han Ju had only forgotten to pay attention to it several times. In seclusion recently. He didn't expect it to grow to this extent. Great Tao Supreme. There was something wrong with its body. Although Han Huang's attack could kill it, it quickly recovered. Undying and indestructible, its recovery speed was extremely fast. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1045 Peak of the Great Tao World. Chapter 1045 Peak of the Great Tao World in the Chaotic Void. A dense mist formed by dermic powers filled the air. Looking up, there were spatial cracks everywhere, revealing alternate spaces of different depths. Some cracks even revealed the paleness of a blank domain. Han Huang held two ultimate origin soul oblivion in his hand. He wore a blood-red robe and exquisite silver armor. A red belt was wrapped around his waist like a tendon. His long hair fluttered and his gaze was cold as he stared at the figure attacking from afar. The figure was completely black and surrounded by a strange white aura. There were countless illusions of vengeful spirits behind him, as if they were connected to his back or like ghosts struggling out of his body. The great Tao sages in all directions also stopped. What is that? Zhao Xianyuan frowned and asked. No one answered him. Even the experienced Lao Dan frowned and stared at the white smoke black shadow. The white chi black shadow was the strange deity. The strange deity ate the inauspicious evil as food. It was not a living being, but it had a terrifying ability that surpassed all potential. Han Yi said in a low voice, "Be careful. This thing is a little strange and lifeless. It's definitely not a living being." Han Ba-hen scratched his head and said, "Could it be a product of the supreme rules? I'm not sure, but with Ancestor Han Huang around, we can let both of them be injured. Only then will we have a chance," Han Yao said softly. He looked at Han Huang's insufferably arrogant figure, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Han Yao wasn't the only one. The hidden sect was also deeply stimulated. This was not the first time they had been defeated by Han Huang together. More than 100 great Tao sages and more than 10 great Tao supremes had joined forces, but they were suppressed by Han Huang every time. This feeling was too uncomfortable. The more talented one was, the greater the blow. For example, Zhao Shuangquan and Azure Heaven Mystic looked at Han Huang with anger and red eyes. Han Huang looked down at the strange deity and asked, "What are you?" The strange deity laughed sinisterly. "I'm very close to you, but you've never seen me before." "Very close." Han Huang frowned, not understanding what these words meant. He had lived for 80 million years and had encountered too many living beings. How could he remember them clearly? Could this be a weakling he had encountered back then, but now, it was like a completely different person? However, this fellow's aura was too strange. It actually made him feel a long-awaited horror. The strange deity chuckled. "I also want this supreme rule. Can you give it to me?" Han Huang snorted. "That depends on your ability." With that, the strange deity suddenly appeared in front of him. The white chi around him transformed into a huge net that covered the sky and drowned Han Huang. Everything happened too fast, so fast that the other great Tao sages could not react. However, no one was worried about Han Huang. Boom, the strange white chi was minced by a powerful force. Han Huang held the ultimate origin soul oblivion in his right hand and pierced through the strange deity. The strange deity suddenly opened a pair of blood-red eyes. The space on both sides of Han Huang squeezed and pulled him into a deep alternate space. After all, Han Huang had been through hundreds of battles. He did not panic at all. He controlled the ultimate origin soul oblivion and tore apart layers of alternate space. He quickly found the strange deity hiding in the dark and killed him. Immediately after, the strange deity appeared behind him. Countless resentful ghosts roared and attacked him. Unconsciously, Han Huang felt powerful karma restricting his body, making it difficult for him to move. He immediately mobilized his mysterious and powerful unknown power to disperse the power of karma. The illusions attacked again, causing him to sink into the cycle of reincarnation. While Han Huang was in the illusion, the strange deity immediately attacked. However, Han Huang instinctively waved the ultimate origin soul oblivion and killed him again. The strange deity condensed his body again and muttered to himself, "This kid is too abnormal." As expected of your son, his words were heard by Han Ju, who was far away in the seven-colored mountain lake. Han Huang's performance was indeed not bad. Even if he was pulled into the endless illusions, he could still rely on his instincts to kill the enemy. Soon, Han Huang escaped the strange deity's mystical power and fought with it. The two of them were temporarily on par, neither could do anything to the other. On the other side, the other Great Tao sages and Great Tao and Supremes targeted the Supreme Rules again and fought again. Without Han Huang, their chances of success were greater. Han Ju retracted his gaze. Although the strange deity was strong, it was not Han Huang's match. With the ultimate origin power, no one below the Tao creator realm could defeat Han Huang. The ability of the strange deity was probably going to consume something, but others could not see it. Han Ju retracted his gaze and started to accompany Chang Yue and Fairy Shi Xian again. The seven-colored mountain lake contained many natural treasures, especially at the bottom. It was a fantasy forest formed by natural treasures. Many living beings were living there, like people in the water. Most of them had transformed. Their duty was to protect the natural treasures, and the powerful existences outside the lake protected them. In the end, the natural treasures had to fall into the mouths of powerful existences to help them cultivate. It was good to help each other. After staying for a few hours, the two women each picked a golden lotus. This lotus contained great providence. Obtaining this treasure could increase their providence. Providence was mysterious and profound. Like karma, it was unfathomable. To mortals, it was luck. He didn't know why they wanted it. Han Ju couldn't be bothered to calculate or guess. After the three of them left, Han Ju removed the illusion he used on the living beings in the seven-colored mountain lake. In the next few thousand years, the three of them traveled around and saw the most magical wonders and creations of Shi Tian. The battle for the supreme rule continued. The three of them returned to the 100-peak Immortal River. Their relationship had warmed up during this period of time. The two women also understood what Han Ju meant and were in a good mood. Han Ju took the time to accompany Chang Yue alone. This was Fairy Shi Xian's suggestion. The two of them were alone for decades. Han Ju found Fairy Shi Xian, but nothing happened between them. They only discussed the Tao. When I attain the great Tao, Fairy Shi Xian said softly. Han Ju smiled. It's fine. It's up to you. Our cultivation levels have long surpassed that of a mortal. Companionship is better than any action. Fairy Shi Xian smiled. Soon. I will definitely be able to attain the great Tao when you come out of seclusion next time. Han Ju smiled and nodded. The two of them chatted for a while more before Han Ju left. He immediately entered cultivation after returning to the third Tao field. As for Shani, he was still obsessed with the simulation trial. TSK, this kid's opponent was at the Sage Realm. He challenged all the primordial chaos sages in the simulation trial in one go and bullied them in different ways. He couldn't hide his smile. This kid probably didn't know that he could spy on the battle in the simulation trial. Han Ju didn't interrupt him and let him be happy. Tens of thousands of years later, Shi Tian's chaotic battle ended. Han Huang obtained the supreme rule and his name shook Shi Tian. This time, he defeated all living beings. Those self-proclaimed top geniuses also admitted defeat and no longer pestered him. Han Huang held the two supreme rules, one of the chaos and one of Shi Tian. His aura reached its peak. The entire chaos and Shi Tian could sense it. He was extremely ostentatious, afraid that all living beings would not know. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1046 Mysterious Figure. Chapter 1046 Mysterious Figure. In the dark void of the myriad worlds, countless illusions bloomed like epiphyllum. They grew from nothing to big and dissipated like fireworks. Han Huang was among them. Two different rainbow lights wrapped around his body like two souls. He could vaguely see a human figure. He slowly opened his eyes and frowned. Why can't they fuse? Han Huang muttered to himself, his heart filled with doubts. He naturally did not believe that the supreme rules were incompatible, but he had yet to find a suitable method. His cultivation level could no longer increase. He could only think of another way. He had also established his own world in the depths of his soul. However, it would take too long to develop into a great Tao world. It'd take so long that he felt that it was almost impossible. The time needed to develop from the soul world to the scale of Shi Tian and the chaos was not as simple as seas withering and stones rotting. Han Huang thought of the mysterious power hidden in his bloodline. Could he fuse with the two supreme rules if he relied on that power? He immediately tried. Soon, he obtained a trace of the ultimate origin power. Something pleasantly surprising happened. The two supreme rules began to fuse under the ultimate origin power's pressure. Although it was very slow, it did exist. Indeed, there are no rules I can't subdue. Han Huang smiled and began to enjoy the process of fusing the supreme rules. At this moment, the ultimate origin power suddenly stopped, stunning him. He discovered that no matter how he mobilized it, he could not summon that power. It was very uncomfortable. Han Huang panicked. Could it be that his mysterious power had been devoured by the supreme rules? Impossible. That power was invincible. Han Huang calmed down and continued to try. Several hundred years later, he finally sensed the mysterious power again. This time, the mysterious power no longer disappeared when he fused with the supreme rules. He was completely relieved. At the same time, he understood something. He couldn't lose himself if he couldn't completely control this power. Wouldn't he be finished if this power suddenly disappeared in a battle to the death in the future? Han Huang suddenly felt a lingering fear. Could this power be a trap? It wanted him to become arrogant and reliant on it, then it would betray him when he really needed it. This possibility was not low. Han Huang thought of countless possibilities. There were the enemy's schemes, his father's favor, and so on. However, in the end, he could only decide not to use this power easily in the future. Unless he could completely control it. Detected that you are 90 million years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Exit seclusion immediately and help the ultimate origin world devour other great Tao worlds. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a chance to upgrade the system function. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and maintain your original intention. You can obtain a great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, and a creation spirit stone. Han Ju opened his eyes and silently chose the second option. Although the opportunity to upgrade the system function was precious, it would attract countless troubles. Han Ju didn't want to make enemies for now. His cultivation level had increased greatly again after millions of years. His understanding of the ultimate origin fiend celestial had deepened, and in his conceptualization, other than constantly expanding, the ultimate origin world was also becoming more perfected. Han Ju began to observe the chaos and discovered that it was also becoming stronger. With the forced help of the transcendent, consciousnessless, and Shi Tian great Tao worlds, the chaos development speed far exceeded that of before. From the chaos, one could tell the situation of the ninth chaos. Han Ju looked at Shani and followed him to the Taoist temple of the 100-peak immortal river alone. He took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing the ninth chaos. No one could see this action, not even his woman and children. If he chased away Shani, he was afraid that it would lead to problems, so it was best to hide and do it quietly. A familiar touch caused Han Ju to smile. Sigh. Even as a Tao creator, I'm still so sinister. Although it was shameless, it was really satisfying. Han Ju began to curse with all his might and checked his attributes panel. Although he no longer needed to care about his lifespan, he felt that he still had to be cautious to prevent himself from going overboard. He would exhaust it one day no matter how much lifespan he had. 5 days later, Han Ju's lifespan began to decrease rapidly. In the end, Han Ju consumed 1 quadrillion years of his lifespan. He put down the Book of Misfortune after cursing the ninth chaos until his Tao heart was in chaos. He only wanted to delay the ninth chaos and not curse him to death. If the ninth chaos died, all living beings in the chaos and the heavenly Tao would be destroyed. There was no need to do that. Han Ju still yearned for peace. He would not suppress all living beings or other cultivators if he was invincible. He put away the Book of Misfortune and returned to the third Tao field. Shani had already woken up and wasn't cultivating anymore. Seeing him, he immediately stood up and asked, "Progenitor, where did you go?" Han Ju raised his eyebrows. Shani trembled in fear and hurriedly said, "I'm just worried that I'm getting arrogant. How dare I question the progenitor? I went to see my disciples. I have countless such Tao field and have nurtured countless disciples." Han Ju sat down and replied casually. Shani felt deep veneration. He added, "Progenitor, I discovered a terrifying figure when I was studying the curse. The Dark Forbidden Lord is very likely at the end of karma. It's too terrifying. Just looking at his back is enough to make me fear and kneel." Hearing this, Han Ju asked curiously, "What does it look like?" Shani waved his hands and revealed what he saw. Han Ju saw a black shadow appear in the illusion. It was as if his back was facing the sun. He couldn't see his true appearance, but his figure was extremely blurry. It was not him and had nothing to do with his descendants and disciples. He began to deduce and discovered that he could not. Han Ju was interested. "I want to know who the black shadow that Shani saw is. You can't detect this karma. It might not exist or have an ultimate Tao treasure. Is there a second Book of Misfortune? Unable to detect the karma." Han Ju tried asking in other ways but to no avail. This was interesting. He could even deduce the ninth chaos. There was actually something more mysterious than it. He asked who the strongest person was again. After deducting 10 quadrillion years of his lifespan, he learned that it was still the ninth chaos. Could it be that this person came from the future? Han Ju fell into deep thought. Shani still described the pressure he felt at that time. "The other party didn't sense you?" Han Ju asked. Shani shook his head. "Probably not. In any case, I was so frightened when I saw him that I retracted my will and didn't dare to peek anymore." Han Ju said, "It's fine. Continue. This is your path." He would use absolute purification to help Shani if something happened. He had already extracted a wisp of Shani's soul to facilitate revival, so it could be said to be foolproof. There was no need to worry. Yes, Shani nodded and hesitated. Han Ju started to check his emails. Seeing that the progenitor was ignoring him, Shani immediately said, "Progenitor, I've attained the great Tao. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm." Chapter 1047 Ultimate Origin Cultivation Potential. Chapter 1047 Ultimate Origin Cultivation Potential. Oh. Not bad, Han Ju responded and praised. Shani was depressed. "Progenitor, I'm a great Tao sage. Those seniors told me that I have already reached the peak of the chaos when I passed the door of the great Tao." Han Ju smiled. "That's the peak of the chaos. It's not my expectations for you, understand?" Shani was stunned. "Isn't the great Tao sage realm enough?" Han Ju said, "To the chaos, it's indeed enough. But not to me. I have many great Tao sages under me. There are even many existences that surpass the great Tao sage realm." Shani was stunned. He knew that the progenitor was very strong, but he didn't know that he was the divine might heavenly sage. Apart from the people Han Ju specially treated, all living beings had already forgotten his name and only knew the divine might heavenly sage. Shani came from the lower realm, so he naturally didn't know that the divine might heavenly sage was Han Ju. The personal disciples Han Ju had brought him to see before didn't mention this either. They felt that it was natural and there was naturally no need to forcefully mention it. Han Ju smiled. "Do you want to enter a simulation trial with me?" Shani instantly smiled. "All right. Progenitor. I'll surprise you." In the past few years, he had accumulated abundant combat experience. Even if he was not the progenitor's match, he could at least surprise him. Without another word, Han Ju immediately pulled him into the simulation trial. A breath later, Shani opened his eyes. He was in a daze. His body trembled and his face was filled with fear. Han Ju continued to check his emails. After a long while, Shani still hadn't come back to his senses after he finished reading all the emails. Han Ju frowned. Was he too ruthless? He immediately said, "Shani." His voice was like a thunderclap, recalling in the mind of Shani, waking him up. Shani came back to his senses and sat on the ground. His bearing was not of a great Tao sage but similar to a mortal. Han Ju snorted. "Is that all you've got? I thought you were strong. Stop posturing." Shani didn't know what posturing was, but it was probably bragging. He lowered his head in shame. The previous battle was like a nightmare that could not go away. Han Ju said, "Cultivate well and don't slack off. You're still far from it. As long as someone is stronger than you, what happened to you when you were young might happen again. Do you understand?" Shani paled as he hurriedly nodded. Han Ju suddenly thought of Fairy Shi Xian. He looked over and saw that Fairy Shi Xian, who was far away in the 100-peak Immortal River, had already become a great Tao sage. He immediately teleported to the main Tao field. Shani heaved a sigh of relief and smiled bitterly. Shani. You're ridiculous. How dare you challenge the progenitor?" Shani was filled with regret. Half a day later, Han Ju fetched Fairy Shi Xian and Chang Yue. Xing Hongxian took the initiative to entertain them and talked about the past of the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. The three women sighed. Han Ju left and didn't disturb them from catching up. If Chang Yue wanted to go out and wander around, a clone in the Tao field would send her out. The universe of stars outside the third Tao field was already extremely abundant. There were all sorts of cultivation systems and civilizations. If she was bored, Chang Yue could go and play. Her life would not be in danger. After all, this was Liu Bei's jurisdiction. Thinking of the universe of stars, Han Ju thought of Hong Jun, who had acknowledged Liu Bei as his master. Hong Jun had already left for tens of millions of years and had not been heard from since. Han Ju sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus and began to deduce him. He discovered that Hong Jun was not in the chaos but had arrived at the transcendent Great Tao world. He had preached for 10 million years and created his own lineage. He was clearly walking the path of the Tao ancestor. Han Ju naturally wouldn't interfere in Hong Jun's actions. Since ancient times, the Tao ancestor had never schemed against him and even tacitly agreed to give him the heavenly Tao. The two of them helped each other and there was no need to become enemies, even if Han Ju had already surpassed the Tao ancestor. Han Ju watched for a while and suddenly saw Han Huang. Han Huang was transcending the great Tao world and fighting for another supreme rule. He had just succeeded. Was he gathering the supreme rules of the various worlds? Interesting. Han Ju could see that the primordial world had already been established in the depths of Han Huang's soul. Han Ju grew nostalgic after seeing that familiar scene. Primordial chaos was enough for Han Huang to develop for countless years. Han Ju wouldn't stay in the ultimate origin world. Other than constantly raising his cultivation realm, even his physique had to constantly transform. He would leave the other Tao creators far behind and form an arbitrary advantage. Han Ju didn't want to restrain Han Huang but let him cause trouble. Han Ju could still revive even if a huge commotion was caused. He had long accepted a wisp of Han Huang's soul to facilitate his revival. He believed that his son also had his own methods. However, only the soul fragment in the Tao field could help him revive if he angered a Tao creator. Then, Han Ju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Shani also adjusted his state of mind and meditated again. His gaze on Han Ju became firm. "Progenitor, just you wait. I won't disappoint you." Shani swore in his heart that he could not lose face anymore. Creation Emperor Court, Heavenly Hall. Han Ling sat on a high seat with a dignified posture. Her gaze landed on the 8 people in the hall. Han Yi, Han Yao, and Han Ba Hen were all here, as well as the other 5 great Tao sages. "My ancestor Han Huang is too strong. I can't snatch him at all. Why don't we find the supreme rules of the consciousnessless great Tao world?" Han Yao suggested helplessly. Han Yi snorted, but he did not refute. Han Huang's strength almost traumatized him. There was indeed no need to fight to the death. Han Ba Hen smiled and said, "I think that supreme rules are useless other than causing trouble." Han Ling said, "This trip doesn't mean that you must obtain the supreme rules. I just want you to get used to it and sense the top strength of the chaos. After this battle, you court should be able to put away the arrogance in your hearts." Next, the Creation Emperor plans to recruit cultivators, especially freedom sages. The more, the better. Han Yao, lead the 5 Tao emperors to the netherworld. I want to establish a force there. You have to gain a foothold no matter what method you use. Han Yao immediately cupped his hands and accepted the order. Then, he left with the 5 great Tao sages. Han Yi and Han Ba Hen were also about to leave when Han Ling stopped them. After Han Yao and the other 3 disappeared, Han Ling said, "I'm preparing to open up our great Tao world in the netherworld. What do you think?" Han Yi was stunned. "In the netherworld?" The netherworld separates the living and the dead, but it's difficult for a sage to appear there, so it's ignored by the living world. I think that the netherworld is feasible. The netherworlds of the various great Tao worlds are connected. I feel that there's a mystery hidden here. I'll leave the matter of recruiting freedom sages to you. You can use your other identities and infiltrate the netherworld. Don't tell Han Yao. Han Ling instructed. She raised her right hand and waved it gently. 2 Emperor soldier shadows landed on Han Yi and Han Ba Hen. Immediately after, they covered them and transformed into Emperor soldiers. Han Yi sized himself up and clicked his tongue in wonder. Han Ba Hen asked curiously, "Your Majesty, what should we do when we go to the netherworld?" Han Ling's expression did not change as she said, "I'm looking for a treasure called the Ultimate Origin Cultivation Potential. It's hidden in the Yellow Spring. I don't know where it is, but I've deduced that by obtaining the ultimate origin power, one can obtain supreme creation. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1048 Cursing Han Ju. Chapter 1048 Cursing Han Ju. 5 million years later, a violent fluctuation appeared at the edge of the ultimate origin world in the blank domain. Fortunately, there were no living beings nearby and no one sensed it. The living beings in the ultimate origin world had yet to gain the ability to sense the situation outside. The reason for all of this was naturally because Han Ju's cultivation had improved again. The trip to Shi Tian had given him a lot of inspiration. His cultivation progress was actually faster than before. Han Ju opened his eyes and looked satisfied. The late stage of the Tao Creator realm was still far away, but not that far away. One had to know that he wasn't even 100 million years old. How could he become a Tao Creator at 100 million years old, let alone reach the mid-stage Tao Creator realm? He looked at Shani beside him. He was still cultivating. After this kid was stimulated, his cultivation state was clearly more serious. Han Ju was very satisfied. The next chaotic assembly is about to begin. Should I let him participate? Han Ju thought about it and hesitated for a moment before deciding to give up. It was better for this kid to stay here. There was no need for all his impressive descendants to shine. Han Ju started to check his emails. In the past few years, the most active were the Creation Emperor Court and the Life Faction. Han Huang was busy fusing the supreme rules and had not received any news recently. Without Han Huang, the chaos and Shi Tian were even more lively. The dark clouds above their heads dissipated before they dared to act boldly. Han Ju felt that something related to him had been moved when he was in the middle of cultivation. Because it didn't affect him much, he didn't care and had the time to deduce. Han Ju suddenly exclaimed. He discovered something strange. The netherworld of the ultimate origin world actually fused with the netherworld of the various great Tao worlds, forming an independent plane. At first glance, the netherworld was larger than any world because the great Tao worlds had yet to fuse together. Someone had already infiltrated the ultimate origin world through the chaotic netherworld. How strange. No living being had established the netherworld in the ultimate origin world. Could the netherworld have its own rules? Back then, Empress Hudu had only established the cycle of reincarnation and led the heavenly Tao into the netherworld. The ones who infiltrated the netherworld of the ultimate origin world were Han Yi and Han Bahen. No wonder Han Ju felt that it didn't affect him much. If it was an unknown aura, with his instincts, he would definitely feel disgusted. A trace of disgust from a Tao creator was enough to crush a great Tao sage. It turned out that the cultivation potential formed by the ultimate origin power had been born in the netherworld of the ultimate origin world. There were only two currently, and one of them had been snatched away by Han Yi and Han Bahen. The so-called ultimate origin cultivation potential was only formed by the settling of the ultimate origin power. It was nothing. Of course, this power was definitely unfathomable to the great Tao. Even someone as strong as Han Huang was obsessed. However, how did these two brats find the ultimate origin cultivation potential? Han Ju continued to deduce and discovered that the source of this karma was Han Ling. Han Ling could actually deduce the ultimate origin cultivation potential, as expected of a bloodline relative. However, he didn't know if Han Ling had guessed that it was related to him. After understanding it, Han Ju didn't care anymore. He stretched lazily and relaxed his body. Shani opened his eyes. "Progenitor, you're awake." His tone was respectful. It was different from the past, making Han Ju a little helpless. Could it be that the previous suppression was too much? "I can preach the Tao to you and help you." Han Ju chuckled and started to preach the Tao without waiting for the answer. The moment the Tao voice sounded, Shani immediately entered a state of Tao comprehension. Han Ju left a clone to preach the Tao while his main body went to visit his Tao companions. 1,000 years later. Han Ju finished his lecture and Shani woke up. Shani sighed. Progenitor is indeed the progenitor. Your lecture surpassed my 10 million years of cultivation. Furthermore, it gave me a deeper understanding of the future cultivation path. Han Ju said, no matter what, you have to always maintain a humble and cautious heart. Let me tell you about my past. Shani immediately became interested. He sat in front of Han Ju and waited expectantly. Han Ju started from when he was young. He had said this many times to different people, but every time he said it, it would not cause annoyance. At the same time, this was also for himself to hear. He must never forget how he survived back then. Previously, the system had already let him see how the people who had grasped the system in the past died. Some were as cautious as him, but after feeling invincible, they began to relax and were still doomed. Soon, Shani was entranced, as if he was in Han Ju's shoes and facing those dangers. Although the progenitor was too cautious and even a little timid and unreasonable, he would still help when the people around him encountered a calamity. Shani felt that this was the person he wanted to become. After Han Ju finished speaking, Shani said respectfully, "Progenitor, I understand your intentions." Han Ju smiled. "Go curse someone now. His name is Han Fenju. He looks like this." He waved his hand and a figure that looked like him appeared. Han Fenju was a soul fragment he had thrown into the mortal world 1,000 years ago. Under his deliberate suppression, Han Fenju only had the cultivation of a great Tao Supreme, but he had lost his memories and did not know good or evil. Shani was stunned. He was not stupid. He knew at a glance that the other party was related to the progenitor. He took a deep breath and began to activate the power of the curse origin star. After a few days, Han Fenju finally felt uncomfortable. The curse power activated. Han Ju showed a frown. Why was there a delay? Could it be because Han Fenju was too strong? Another few days passed. Shani's face turned pale and his body began to tremble. It was the backlash from Han Fenju. Han Ju immediately took back Han Fenju's soul fragment and memories surged into his mind. Han Fenju did not deduce whether it was good or evil. He could only follow the curse and trigger a backlash. Han Ju looked at Shani in surprise. Could this kid really be like the Book of Misfortune? It seemed that the curse origin star was deeply affected by the Book of Misfortune. The Book of Misfortune would consume his origin lifespan, but what about Shani? Progenitor. My cultivation level has fallen. Shani was terrified, his tone filled with uneasiness. Cursing consumed cultivation. Han Ju thought for a moment. That made sense. He consoled him. It's fine. Just cultivate again. How much did you lose? If you go out and train, how much cultivation will you lose when you encounter enemies? Shani felt that it made sense, and his expression softened. Han Ju smiled as he stared at him. This kid would be his secret weapon. Not bad. Han Ju asked, you will walk on the path of cursing in the future. Have you thought of a new name? Just like the Dark Forbidden Lord. No one knows his true identity. Shani's eyes lit up. He thought for a moment and said, I'll be called the Forbidden Lord of Misfortune. How about that? It's all right. It's different from the Dark Forbidden Lord, but from the name, it makes people feel that you're related to him. At that time, the Dark Forbidden Lord can help you share the pressure. Yes, progenitor. Don't worry. I'll surpass the Dark Forbidden Lord sooner or later. I look forward to that day. But that day could not come. Han Ju snorted in his heart. It was impossible for this brat to surpass him. Shani added, I saw that mysterious figure again just now. He seems to want to help me curse. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1049 Identical to him. Chapter 1049 Identical to him, is that so? What happened? Han Ju asked. He was indeed puzzled by that mysterious karma existence. He could rely on the system to deduce the Tao creator, but some existences could not, such as the Tao ancestor. This was the interesting thing about existence. Sometimes, some things could not be defined by cultivation level. Shawnee scratched his head. He stared at me and cursed. He even reached out. Other than that, nothing else happened. Han Ju narrowed his eyes. That mysterious existence was clearly entangled with Shawnee. Could it be that the mysterious existence was related to Shawnee? If that was the case, he had to be wary in the future. He would purify Shawnee every once in a while. Han Ju chatted with him for a while more before continuing to cultivate. Time passed. The chaos changed drastically when Han Ju reached 100 million years old. The current chaotic heroes appeared in large numbers and occupied an area. It became more and more exciting. The Creation Emperor Court was the most famous. Its rise was so fast that countless ancient giants were shocked. On this day, Creation Emperor Court, Heavenly Hall. The evil Heavenly Emperor led a group of divine generals over. Han Yi and Han Ba Hen stood in front and protected the platform where Han Ling was stationed. The evil Heavenly Emperor looked at her and sighed. I knew that the famous emperor would definitely be someone I'm familiar with. However, I didn't expect it to be you. Back then, you didn't have any ambitions in my eyes. Han Ling's expression was indifferent as she chuckled. Heavenly Emperor, you and my father are old friends. I'll listen to you if you have anything to say. The two of them called themselves emperors, and the atmosphere was quite subtle. The evil Heavenly Emperor stroked his beard and smiled. I want to ask the Creation Emperor Court to hand over someone. This person is a Heavenly Court traitor. Not only did he betray us, but he also killed many heavenly soldiers in an attempt to obtain the Creation Emperor Court's protection. Han Yi frowned. My Creation Emperor Court has taken in immortals and gods. We don't ask where they came from, so how can we make an exception for you? Hand over that person today and other factions will come asking for him in the future. The evil Heavenly Emperor smiled helplessly. This person is very important. I have no choice but to look for you. If you're unwilling, then, I agree. Han Ling interrupted. Han Yi was stunned. Han Ba Hen also hesitated. The evil Heavenly Emperor did not expect Han Ling to agree so quickly. Han Ling said, I don't need rules. If anyone feels that I didn't do well, they can leave. However, correspondingly, they will obtain the Creation Emperor Court's hatred. I don't care much about many people, so the karma involved is very small. The chances of being abandoned after joining the Creation Emperor Court are very small, but betraying the Creation Emperor Court will definitely not end well for them. Her words were very domineering, decisive, and filled with killing intent, causing the divine generals behind the evil Heavenly Emperor to frown. The evil Heavenly Emperor looked at her deeply and said, Thank you, Emperor. From now on, if anything happens to the Creation Emperor Court, send someone to inform me at any time. I will definitely support you with all my might. Han Ling smiled. That's good. From now on, the Heavenly Court will be an eternal friend of the Creation Emperor Court. We will go through thick and thin together. She glanced at Han Yi and Han Ba Hen, who immediately accepted the order. The evil Heavenly Emperor was secretly shocked. Han Yi and Han Ba Shen's reputations had already been exposed. They were both ruthless figures, especially Han Yi. He couldn't hold back his killing intent at all. The slaughter had already reached a terrifying level. These two ferocious people were so respectful to Han Ling and even a little nervous. Han Ling smiled. Your Majesty, it's not easy for you to come. Why don't you take a look at the Creation Emperor Court's ultimate origin cultivation potential? This item is extraordinary. Ultimate origin cultivation potential. What is that? The evil heavenly emperor was interested. Han Ling waved her right hand. In an instant, the scene in the heavenly hall changed. The ground turned into a lake and countless lotuses appeared. They were of different sizes and colors. It was as beautiful as a dream. The evil heavenly emperor looked up and suddenly saw a red spirit herb that was as red as blood. The twisted figure of the grass looked like the same person. Eh? The evil heavenly emperor raised his eyebrows curiously. He exclaimed as he walked over, "How can this be?" The divine generals were surprised, not understanding why the evil heavenly emperor was shocked. The evil heavenly emperor turned to look at Han Ling and frowned. Han Ling smiled and said, "This cultivation potential can allow transformation. Once it transforms, it will have the ability to change everything. If your majesty has the intention, when it develops intelligence, I will send it to the heavenly court for nurturing under your majesty for 30 million years. At the same time, it will contribute to the heavenly court." The evil heavenly emperor frowned and asked, "Where did this come from?" "From the netherworld." "The netherworld, is it related to him?" "Perhaps. But, your majesty, are you really not tempted?" "All right, leave it to me. I can rest assured." The evil heavenly emperor looked at the ultimate origin cultivation potential again and still frowned. Han Ju had just entered seclusion for more than 2 million years when he encountered someone visiting him in his dreams. "The evil heavenly emperor sent you a dream. Do you accept?" "The evil heavenly emperor sent you a dream. Do you accept?" "The evil heavenly emperor sent you a dream. Do you accept?" Han Ju frowned. Could it be that the evil heavenly emperor was in danger? He deduced and discovered that the evil heavenly emperor was in the numinous palace and was not in any danger. He hesitated for a moment before agreeing to the dream. The dream was still in the forest outside the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. Evil heavenly emperor immediately started to talk about the ultimate origin cultivation potential upon seeing him. "The ultimate origin cultivation potential looks identical to you." "I'm worried," the evil heavenly emperor sighed with a worried expression. Han Ju didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The ultimate origin cultivation potential had transformed into him. Speaking of which, this was his dermic powers. It was normal to transform into him. He smiled. "I understand. Linger shouldn't be plotting against me, but it's indeed not a good thing that the other party looks like me. I'm just worried. After all, many of my sons have betrayed me." The evil heavenly emperor shook his head. The two of them chatted for a while before ending the dream. Han Ju opened his eyes and started to calculate the ultimate origin cultivation potential. The ultimate origin cultivation potential had already developed intelligence, but the resentment was too strong and the killing intent had already been nurtured. Could it be related to the netherworld? His ultimate origin cultivation potential had absorbed too many ghosts' grudges after staying in the netherworld for so long. If that was the case, it would definitely become a huge problem in the future. No. I can't let it look like me. With a thought, Han Ju's ultimate origin cultivation potential's appearance changed. Although it was very similar to him, it was at least not completely identical. He did not directly erase the ultimate origin cultivation potential. He wanted to see what Han Ling wanted to do. Since he had nothing to do, he wanted to calculate the ultimate origin cultivation potential's future. "I want to know what the strongest state of the ultimate origin cultivation potential is. 1 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue?" "Tao Creator." "Impossible." Han Ju frowned and immediately chose to continue. His consciousness entered the illusion. He discovered that he had arrived above the ultimate origin world. Not far ahead was the chaos. The two great Tao worlds were about to collide. "Ha ha ha, chaos, primordial chaos, are you ready to welcome my great Tao world? This is the ultimate origin." A wild laugh sounded. Hanju turned around and saw a black-robed man who looked similar to him standing above the Ultimate Origin world, laughing wantonly. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1050 Ultimate Origin Spirit Stone, Upgrade of the Book of Misfortune. Chapter 1050 Ultimate Origin Spirit Stone, Upgrade of the Book of Misfortune. Why is the Ultimate Origin cultivation potential standing in my Ultimate Origin world? Hanju looked at the black-robed man in confusion. The black-robed man looked at the chaos ahead, his eyes filled with madness. At this moment, a domineering aura came from the chaos. Its aura was very unfamiliar to Hanju. Humph, Ultimate Origin Fiend Celestial, do you think you can do whatever you want just because you obtained the Divine Might Heavenly Sage's legacy? A cold shout sounded. Hanju looked over. The newcomer was a Great Tao Divine Spirit. Its body was wrapped in Great Tao runes. There were even marks of time rising from the bottom of its feet like flames. Its body covered by the divine light looked extremely majestic and domineering. It wore an emperor crown that looked like the head of a Qilin. Its eyes emitted a blood light, like an ancient war god who had slaughtered its way out of purgatory. The Ultimate Origin cultivation potential looked down on this Great Tao Divine Spirit with a disdainful expression and said, "Who do you think you are? Tell the ultimate god of punishment and the 12 divine punishers to come. I'll kill them all. The chaos, the primordial chaos, and even the other Great Tao worlds will submit to the Ultimate Origin world. Whoever stops us will die." How arrogant! How impudent, the Great Tao Divine Spirit shouted angrily. In Hanju's opinion, his aura had already reached the perfected Great Tao Supreme. Hanju had seen all the perfected Great Tao Supremes in the chaos. He had tried to spy on those mighty figures hiding in the dark and noted down their auras and faces, but he had never seen this person. It seemed that this was a junior. The current time was too far from Hanju. The Great Tao Divine Spirit suddenly pushed out his palms. The power of the Great Tao poured out with a monstrous force. Countless beams of light burst out from the entire chaos and attacked in the direction of the Great Tao Divine Spirit's palms. The scene was extremely spectacular and vast, like a Great Tao world suppressing the Ultimate Origin cultivation potential. Ha 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 dash, the Ultimate Origin cultivation potential laughed wantonly. Facing the terrifying torrential power of the chaotic Great Tao, he was fearless and even looked forward to it. The illusion shattered. Hanju opened his eyes and looked dissatisfied. It was the same every time. It ended before the main event. It seemed that this battle was the limit of the Ultimate Origin cultivation potential. He would either lose or go downhill. TSK, to be powerful enough to challenge the chaos, the Ultimate Origin cultivation potential could be considered successful. At least, the future generations would remember his might for countless years. Forget it for the time being. These juniors all had an impressive future. There was no need for him to interfere. Fate would deal with him if he went astray. After thinking, Hanju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. Next, he could welcome the arrival of 100 million years. Year after year passed. 10,000 years passed quickly. This was equivalent to a nap to Hanju. Detected that you are 100 million years old and your life has taken another step forward. You have the following choices. 1. Absorb the chaos immediately. You can obtain a Great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and a chance to upgrade the system function. 2. Cultivate in a low-profile manner and maintain your original intention. You can obtain a Great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, and an ultimate origin spirit stone. A chance to upgrade the system function. You have obtained a creation heaven's chosen attempt. Excited, Hanju immediately chose the second option. You chose to cultivate in a low-profile manner and obtained a Great Tao fragment, a primordial fragment, a creation spirit stone, an ultimate origin spirit stone, and a chance to upgrade the system function. Ultimate origin spirit stone, an evolution of the heavenly Tao spirit stone. It can help Dharma treasures advance. No matter how strong the Dharma treasure that is advanced is, it will attach itself to you and will always be controlled by you. Han Ju's eyes flashed with joy. Good stuff. He didn't dare to give his heavenly Tao spirit stone to the Book of Misfortune because he was afraid that it would devour him. Now, he immediately teleported to the main Tao field and took out the Book of Misfortune and the Ultimate Origin Spirit Stone. The Ultimate Origin Spirit Stone had the same appearance as the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone, but it was dark red. Han Ju immediately fused it with the Book of Misfortune. Do you want to use the Ultimate Origin Spirit Stone to upgrade the Book of Misfortune? Yes. Beginning to upgrade, the Book of Misfortune and the Ultimate Origin Spirit Stone disappeared at the same time. He was filled with anticipation. Next, he waited here. He could test how terrifying the Book of Misfortune was when it advanced to an ultimate supreme treasure. At this moment, the ninth chaos sent you a dream. Do you accept? Ninth chaos? Why at this juncture? Han Ju cautiously asked, will my life be in danger after I accept it? 100 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. No, Han Ju heaved a sigh of relief. He had to be cautious when facing a Tao creator. He silently chose to accept the dream. The dream was a blank domain. He saw the ninth chaos again. It was still so mysterious that his true appearance could not be seen. The ninth chaos said, Han Ju, I want to ask you about an existence. Oh. There's an existence you don't know about? Han Ju asked with a smile. He couldn't show nervousness, or a flaw would appear. However, he indeed did not feel any pressure. He had already used the mystical destiny book to change the Dark Forbidden Lord's identity. The Dark Forbidden Lord. It said that you've also been cursed by him? Ninth Chaos asked. Han Ju frowned. That's right. To be precise, many cultivators of the heavenly Tao have been cursed by him. In the past, I thought that the Dark Forbidden Lord was a spy of the chaotic forces. Could it be that he even cursed you? The ninth chaos said, of course not. It's just that I deduced his karma and it will trigger a calamity. So serious? Who is he? You have to call the other Tao creators to eliminate him. I've already become a Tao creator, but I can't deduce his true identity. It's really strange. Could he also be a Tao creator? Han Ju frowned with a worried expression. The ninth chaos said, the Dark Forbidden Lord curses with a book. Are there cultivators in the heavenly Tao who use books as Dharma treasures? Han Ju said in a low voice, there are indeed many cultivators in the heavenly Tao who use books as Dharma treasures, but there are too many ranges and their cultivation levels are very weak. The strongest is Fuxi. He has the river diagram and the Luo book and is the Tao ancestor's disciple. The ninth chaos said, the cultivation level of the Dark Forbidden Lord shouldn't be strong. He only obtained an ultimate Tao treasure. You should know how powerful it is. Perhaps it can't threaten a Tao creator, but at that time, it could block karma and prevent the Tao creator from sensing it. Your Tao field should be an ultimate Tao treasure, so when you were weak, others couldn't find you. Han Ju shook his head. Senior, are you suspecting me? I cursed you in the Tao field. But you can visit me in my dreams, which means that the karma of my Tao field is not that strong. The ninth chaos was silent. Ninth chaos has a favorable impression of you. Current favorability, 1 star. What the heck? He could even develop a favorable impression. Could it really be a test? Han Ju was surprised, but he didn't dare to let his guard down. 1 star favorability was nothing. The ninth chaos said, I'll give you a mission to investigate the Dark Forbidden Lord. I'll give you an opportunity once you find out who he is, an opportunity that can allow a Tao creator to go higher. His tone was calm, but it was filled with confidence. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1051 Birth of the Fiend Celestial. Chapter 1051 Birth of the Fiend Celestial wasn't the opportunity to make the Tao creator stronger a creator lord. Han Ju looked incredulous and muttered, "You can still become stronger. I thought you were only strong because you were the first to create a great Tao world. So there are cultivation techniques to go further." The ninth chaos said, "I'll wait for you to discover the Dark Forbidden Lord's identity." With that, the dream shattered. Han Ju opened his eyes. He naturally didn't care about the ninth chaos mission. However, he had to consider something. Did the ninth chaos treat the other Tao creators equally, or was it only instructing him? It would not be a good thing if it was the latter. That meant that the ninth chaos was testing him. Why am I thinking about this? I want to know if the ninth chaos really wants me to find the Dark Forbidden Lord's true identity. 100 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes, Han Ju completely relaxed. That was good. Actually, he wasn't afraid of the ninth chaos. After all, he had the Tao field. He was just afraid of affecting the people he cared about. Even with the invocation Tao, the summoning speed could not compare to the speed at which the killing intent of the ninth chaos spread. Han Ju started to check his emails to divert his attention. Your daughter Han Ling has comprehended the ultimate origin power and her cultivation has increased. Your son Han Huang has fused with the supreme rules and his dermic powers have transformed. Your disciple Dao's sovereign was attacked by a transcendent cultivator, X978211183, your disciple, your son Han Tua was attacked by your good friend, the ultimate god of punishment. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Zhao Shuangquan has obtained the inheritance of a mysterious mighty figure. His cultivation has increased greatly. Your younger brother Han Ming has entered the time vortex. Your good friend Azure Heaven Mystic was attacked by your descendant Han Yi and was severely injured. From the emails, Han Ju's circle of friends also began to become enemies. This was normal. After reaching a certain realm, they would definitely want to climb up again. However, opportunities were limited. Fights were inevitable. They would naturally become enemies as time passed. Han Ju didn't think that all his disciples and good friends could always love each other as long as they didn't become mortal enemies. He would have to take a side and cause the other to accumulate grudges if he appeared. It was very difficult to resolve the grudges at once. But this was also quite interesting. Unknowingly, Han Ju's mentality was also changing. He felt that the things he had worried about and valued were nothing because he was strong enough. It was very difficult to care about all the disciples, but he had to care about his children. Han Ju didn't allow his children to have grudges against each other. But it would be fine if they were a few generations apart. After reading the emails, Han Ju closed his eyes and rested. His mind wandered outside the world to travel the chaos and other great Tao worlds. The Book of Misfortune finally upgraded successfully 300,000 years later. Book of Misfortune upgraded from an ultimate Tao treasure to an ultimate supreme treasure. A notification appeared in Han Ju's eyes. The Book of Misfortune also appeared. A terrifying black light burst out, causing the temperature in the Taoist temple to decrease to a freezing point. The cold aura made his soul uncomfortable. If even the Tao creator was like this, an ordinary great Tao sage would probably be instantly destroyed in body and soul. How terrifying! Han Ju touched the Book of Misfortune and sighed. Baby, you were once so weak. I've finally nurtured you to this extent. Han Ju caressed the Book of Misfortune for a while. After confirming that it wouldn't devour him, he put it away and didn't curse the ninth chaos for the time being. He would mess with him after some time. Han Ju returned to the Daoist temple of the third Dao field. Shan Yi was in the simulation trial. From his silly smile, he was probably torturing newbies again. This kid liked to fight those with weaker cultivation levels. The number of battles was very similar to Han Ju's, one against many. Since Han Ju had nothing to do, he also started the simulation trial. He challenged 50,000 immeasurable destruction venerables in one go. The immeasurable destruction venerable was worth 2 quadrillion years. He was stronger than the chaotic consciousness and the formless transcendent deity. However, Han Ju was no longer the same as before. He seemed at ease fighting 50,000 immeasurable destruction venerables. After all, he was a minor realm higher than him. He continued to increase the number. His strength had been increasing for tens of millions of years even if he hadn't entered the simulation trial. In the end, he stopped at 200,000 immeasurable destruction venerables. He was already very satisfied with this. Upon opening his eyes and discovering that Shan Yi was still in the simulation trial, he didn't disturb him and continued cultivating. Creation Emperor Court, Heavenly Hall. Han Ling looked down at a black-robed youth. The youth kneeling on the ground appeared to be 15 or 16 years old. His face was very similar to hers. He was handsome and charming, but his eyes were inexplicably cold, like a venomous snake. You're formed by the ultimate origin cultivation potential. I'll name you Ultimate Origin, Han Ling said. The black-robed youth replied, I heard that the strongest in the chaos is the chaotic fiend celestial. Then, I'll be called the Ultimate Origin Fiend Celestial. In the future, I'll compete with the primordial Fiend Celestial. What do you think, Mother? Han Ling said, Ultimate Origin Fiend Celestial? Sure. You don't have to call me Mother. Call me Your Majesty. The Ultimate Origin Fiend Celestial frowned. Although unhappy, he still agreed. I'll personally teach you for 10,000 years and then send you to the heavenly court to train, Han Ling continued. The Ultimate Origin Fiend Celestial asked, I can feel that I belong somewhere. Your Majesty, where did you find me? I want to return. There, I can become stronger, so strong that I can surpass all living beings in the chaos. Han Ling frowned. Didn't you hear me clearly? The Ultimate Origin Fiend Celestial lowered his head. Han Ling said, I created you. How could you transform if not for me? If other existences find you, they might directly refine you. I'll arrange everything for you, understand? Understood, the Ultimate Origin Fiend Celestial replied with a trembling voice. Han Ling said, let me see how strong your innate strength is. Attack me. Try your best. I will bring you to wherever you want to go if you can hurt me. The Ultimate Origin Fiend Celestial looked up in surprise. Really? Really? Your Majesty, I'm very strong. You have to be careful. Come. The Ultimate Origin Fiend Celestial stood up. Wisps of red chi emitted from his body, causing a shadow to condense on his body. Han Ling was stunned upon seeing the shadow. Indeed. Father, this is your power. After the Ultimate Origin Fiend Celestial condensed its Dharma idol, it suddenly attacked Han Ling. The heavenly hall shook. Several breaths later. The Ultimate Origin Fiend Celestial lay on the ground in ragged clothes. It was surrounded by thousands of Emperor soldiers. In the sky, another Emperor soldier raised a divine weapon and pointed it at him. Disbelief appeared on his face and his body trembled. He had lost too quickly. How could this be? This power of yours is very strong, but you can't control it yet. Your cultivation and body are too weak. You still have to cultivate well. Don't disgrace this power. Han Ling's voice floated over. The Ultimate Origin Fiend Celestial gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with unwillingness. At this moment, a voice sounded. Your Majesty, Divine Punisher Han Huang is here to visit. Do you want to see him? The voice was like thunder, coming from somewhere. Han Ling narrowed her eyes. Let him in. Don't be rude. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1052 Primordial Divine Spear. Chapter 1052 Primordial Divine Spear. The ultimate origin fiend celestial stood up. A strange expression flashed across his eyes when he heard Han Huang's name. He had been born for some time. Although he had never left the Creation Emperor court, he had often heard Han Huang's name from other cultivators. First Sage of the Chaos. Eternal Peak. Strongest Divine Punisher. Many titles were attributed to Han Huang. His battle achievements had left his name in history forever. The ultimate origin fiend celestial was fascinated every time he heard of Han Huang's legends. How could he not be excited to see the person himself today? Soon, a purple rainbow sped over. A person was riding the purple rainbow. His posture was domineering and the wind blew with every step. The purple armor condensed from primordial purple chi had a divine soul attached to it, like a chaotic fiend celestial. He followed closely behind. The ultimate origin fiend celestial looked at Han Huang, shocked by his domineering aura. He couldn't imagine that there was such an expert in the world. Just his aura alone was terrifying. The ultimate origin fiend celestial was stunned. Han Huang ignored the ultimate origin fiend celestial as he entered the hall. He looked at Han Ling and smiled. Fourth sister, I didn't expect you to have such a day. I'm still curious about who the emperor who can subdue the descendants of my Han family's geniuses is. Han Ling stood up and smiled. Second brother, you must be joking. You must have guessed it. Otherwise, with your temper, you would barge in forcefully. How could you wait patiently? Han Huang smiled and nodded. The more he looked at Han Ling, the more satisfied he was. He glanced at the ultimate origin fiend celestial and said, Fourth sister, let him down. Han Ling smiled. Second brother, don't you think he looks like someone? Han Huang looked surprised. The ultimate origin fiend celestial became nervous. I see. Then let him listen here. It can be considered broadening his horizons. Han Huang chuckled as his gaze landed on Han Ling again. Han Ling smiled. She was no longer as domineering as before. She had the bearing of a younger sister. Han Huang was very satisfied with her attitude. I've fused with the supreme rules of the chaos, Shi Tian, transcendent, and consciousnessless great Tao worlds. My strength has already reached an unprecedented level. I used the four supreme rules to nurture a divine weapon. This divine weapon contains the power of the four supreme rules, but I still have other things to do. After thinking about it, among the siblings, you're the most powerful and have your own territory, so I want to give it to you. Divine weapon. Han Ling smiled helplessly. She had handed the ultimate origin fiend celestial to the evil heavenly emperor to nurture, and Han Huang had given her his divine weapon. What was going on? Han Huang said upon seeing her resistance, the Creation Emperor court is in the process of accumulating power. Obtaining this divine weapon will make it easier for you. I'll bring it away when the Creation Emperor court becomes a true overlord force. Han Ling smiled. Actually, the Creation Emperor court also has such a divine weapon. It's this person in the hall. His name is the ultimate origin fiend celestial. I plan to let the evil heavenly emperor raise him. Han Huang was stunned. His gaze landed on the ultimate origin fiend celestial again and he said, Ultimate origin fiend celestial? What is ultimate origin? The ultimate origin fiend celestial immediately replied, above the chaos and primordial chaos is the ultimate origin. Impossible. Han Huang shouted with a displeased expression. The primordial fiend celestial is the strongest fiend celestial and also has the strongest potential. Have you seen it before? The ultimate origin Fiend Celestial suddenly realized that Han Huang called himself the primordial Fiend Celestial, although all the primordial living beings did not believe him. He straightened his neck and said, although I've never seen him, that must be the case. Is that so? Han Huang said coldly. A terrifying aura erupted, pressing the ultimate origin Fiend Celestial to the ground. The ultimate origin Fiend Celestial looked at him in disbelief. How powerful! He was not inferior to Her Majesty. Impossible. Was this the primordial Fiend Celestial? Second brother, he's equivalent to my child. Why bully a junior? Han Ling's voice floated over gently. Han Huang's vast aura instantly vanished. Han Huang looked at her in surprise. Although he didn't use his full strength or was serious, he did not expect Han Ling to break through his aura so easily. Amazing. It seemed that he had really underestimated his younger sister. She could be where she was today not only because of Han Yi, Han Yao, and Han Ba Hen, the three peerless geniuses of the Han family. But this made sense. His third sister had accompanied his father the longest. Now that she was out wandering, she definitely had unparalleled strength. Thinking of this, Han Huang's eyes burst with fighting spirit. He suddenly wanted to challenge her. Han Ling understood what he meant, but she was not nervous or angry. She just smiled. Han Ling smiled and said, since second brother wants to give me a divine weapon, I'll naturally accept it. Han Huang smiled and said, thank you, fourth sister. Since Han Ling had agreed, as her second brother, Han Huang naturally couldn't make things difficult for her. How about we spar in the simulation trial when you're free in the future? Han Huang asked with a smile. Han Ling also smiled and nodded. Han Huang waved his hand, and a black spear surrounded by a purple aura descended from the sky. It pierced through the ground of the heavenly hall. The spear's shaft shook violently and emitted a buzzing sound that left the ultimate origin Fiend Celestial trembling. What kind of divine weapon was this? How terrifying! The ultimate origin Fiend Celestial was shocked. Han Huang had broken his understanding again. Han Ling's gaze landed on the black spear. This spear was 1,000 feet long, and the spear had occupied a third of it. It was like two qilin coiling around it. The blade was cold and sharp and was covered in 7-colored divine patterns formed by the supreme rules. Han Ling could sense that this spear contained powerful vitality and intelligence. This spear was extraordinary. Han Ling waved her hand and grabbed the black spear. Violent purple chi erupted and the spear's shaft trembled, wanting to break free from her hold. However, her eyes narrowed and she forcefully suppressed it. Amazing! Han Huang sighed secretly. He knew how powerful this spear was. Its power was already comparable to the perfected Great Tao Supreme Realm. But she suppressed it with one hand, making it unable to break free. Could it be that Han Ling already had the power to match him? Impossible. His potential was unparalleled and he had so many opportunities. How could he be inferior to Han Ling? However, Han Huang's eyes were a little complicated when he thought of his father. He couldn't guess his father's intentions. It seemed that he had to go back and visit the old man and spar. Han Huang thought. This spear is called the Primordial Divine Spear. It surpasses Great Tao Supreme Treasures and is already an ultimate Tao treasure. Furthermore, its achievements are not limited to this. It can still constantly become stronger and even surpass ultimate Tao treasures. Fourth sister, use it well. Han Huang quickly left after saying his piece. The moment he left, the oppressive atmosphere in the hall instantly vanished. The ultimate origin Fiend Celestial looked at the primordial divine spear with burning eyes. Han Ling smiled and asked, do you want it? The ultimate origin Fiend Celestial nodded desperately. In your dreams. Get lost. Han Ling snorted softly. The ultimate origin Fiend Celestial was embarrassed and had no choice but to leave. Han Ling looked at the primordial divine spear and began to consider who to give it to. Han Yi had the world-piercing divine origin bow given to him by her father. It was not inferior to the primordial divine spear. Give it to Han Yao. Then what should Han Ba Hen get? As for Han Ling was actually a little vexed. The ultimate origin fiend celestial, she definitely could not give it to him. This child had ulterior motives. She had nurtured him only to make use of him and would not really treat him like her own son. The primordial divine spear trembled as if begging her to release it. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1053 Han Huang battles Han Ju. Chapter 1053 Han Huang battles Han Ju. 5 million years passed quickly. Han Ju opened his eyes and habitually sensed his cultivation. He was satisfied with his growth. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Han Huang outside the Daoist temple. His second son had returned hundreds of thousands of years ago and wanted to visit him, but Han Ju was in seclusion, so he could only wait outside. Han Ju was very satisfied with this. Although this kid was powerful, he was not arrogant. He still had to be polite to him. Han Huang quickly entered the temple and bowed to Han Ju, also waking up the Shawnee cultivating at the side. Han Huang also noticed Shawnee. He was secretly curious. Had his father nurtured another seedling? However, this cultivation and aura were too weak. There was also that gaze. He actually felt afraid when he saw him. He was afraid before the battle and did not have the heart of an expert. Han Huang secretly felt disdain. Han Ju smiled and said, Huang'er, how many years has it been since you returned? Almost 100 million years, right? I thought you had already forgotten your parents. Han Huang said in shame, I'm busy becoming stronger and haven't fulfilled my filial duty. Father, please punish me. Oh. How? Han Ju asked with a faint smile. How could he not see Han Huang's suppressed fighting spirit? Brat, you actually want to challenge me. Be careful not to break your Dao heart. Han Huang's eyes burned. Why don't you teach me a lesson in the simulation trial? Han Ju laughed. Shawnee looked at Han Huang with a strange gaze, making him very uncomfortable. Ever since he sparred with Han Ju, he couldn't have such thoughts anymore. He felt that Han Ju was the strongest existence. Han Ju smiled and said, then come. His eyes narrowed. The two of them immediately entered the simulation trial. In the simulation trial, in the void. The father and son were 1,000 feet apart. Such a distance was like a step for those with their cultivation levels. Han Huang looked at his father and his blood boiled. Father, do you know how long I've been looking forward to this? Although I'm invincible in the chaos, I always know that you're stronger. You're the peak I want to reach. The ultimate god of punishment is not my match. Those within Shi Tian, transcendent, and consciousness are all existences that can't match me. Now, it's time for me to challenge you. I'm not betraying you. I just want to pursue the strongest. Han Huang said with a burning gaze. The primordial purple chi erupted from his body like a pillar of flames. The four supreme rules of chaos, consciousnessless, transcendent, and Shi Tian formed four purple dragons that wrapped around his body. The dragon scales were actually the scales of the great Tao. Han Ju smiled. Han Huang immediately attacked. He slapped out with his palms and the violent divine might great heaven palm struck out, colliding with Han Ju with unstoppable force. However, the supreme treasure on Han Ju's body emitted a strong light and easily blocked it. Han Huang's expression changed as he continued attacking. However, no matter what mystical power he used, what method he used, or where he attacked, he couldn't hurt Han Ju. How can this be? Han Huang had imagined countless situations when he fought with his father. He had thought that he would lose, but he did not expect that he couldn't even break through the defense of his father's Dharma treasure. Impossible. Where did the four great Tao worlds get such a powerful defensive supreme treasure? It was simply unheard of. Han Huang gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, "Father, you really surprised me. In that case, I'll get serious." Boom, he began to mobilize the ultimate origin power. Han Ju clearly felt the ultimate origin power in his body being extracted. Although it was very weak, this feeling was extremely strange. Because the person who borrowed his strength was right in front of him. In that case, I'll let you experience unprecedented power. Han Ju began to relax. Endless ultimate origin power erupted from Han Huang's body, surprising and shocking him. Han Huang was overjoyed. Could it be that his father had given him too much pressure, causing him to surpass his limits? Sensing an unprecedented vast power, an arrogant and conceited expression appeared on his face again. He looked down at Han Ju and laughed. "Father, do you feel it? This is my strength. It's what I've obtained in the past 100 million years. If I cultivate diligently like you, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to reach it." The primordial fiend celestial was born to fight. It's not something that the chaotic fiend celestial can compare to. Looking at his ecstatic son, Han Ju smiled and said, "The primordial fiend celestial is indeed stronger than the chaotic fiend celestial. Be it potential or strength." The ultimate origin power within him was still increasing. Han Huang was obsessed with this extreme strength. He smiled and said, "Father, you've finally admitted it. Then, do you think I've already surpassed you?" Han Ju asked with a strange expression, "Do you really think a chaotic fiend celestial can give birth to a primordial fiend celestial?" Moved, Han Huang asked in surprise, Han Ju's expression became extremely terrifying. He said coldly, "Huanger, today, I'll let you experience the true power above the great Tao Supreme Realm. I won't show mercy. I hope that your Tao heart can stabilize. This is your path to the strongest." An ultimate origin heaven seal appeared above Han Ju's head and quickly expanded, becoming endless. Han Huang looked up. His divine sense expanded infinitely, but he couldn't keep up with the speed at which the ultimate origin heaven seal expanded. Soon, he felt that the ultimate origin heaven seal had already exceeded the size of the chaos and was still expanding, as if it was splitting the entire simulation trial space into two. Han Huang looked incredulous. What kind of power was this? Boom! The ultimate origin heaven seal descended with a terrifying might. Han Huang instinctively wanted to dodge, but he discovered that he couldn't jump out of the ultimate origin heaven seal. He could only move repeatedly under it. Why is this? It's impossible for it to be infinitely big. It's impossible for it to have no end. Could it be the rules of space? If it's the space rule, what kind of rule is it? The supreme rule? Han Huang panicked completely. He had never panicked before. He had never been forced into such a situation. The opponent's strength made him despair. Defeat was right in front of him. At this moment, the ultimate origin power in Han Huang's body increased again. This time, the ultimate origin power was too powerful, causing his body to tear apart and emit wisps of red light. His soul was about to jump out. A power that even the primordial fiend celestial can't withstand. "I don't believe I can't break through this seal." Han Huang's expression turned sinister. He roared angrily and punched upwards. The ultimate origin power carried the four purple dragons formed by the supreme rules and soared into the sky. It was peerlessly powerful, as if it could even penetrate time and chaos, causing time to reverse and turn immortality into ashes. Boom! This strike collided with the endless ultimate origin heaven seal, but it looked so pale, powerless, and tiny. Under Han Huang's despairing expression, his mysterious power was crushed by the ultimate origin heaven seal and vanished. "No dash!" Han Huang roared angrily as the ultimate origin heaven seal landed. He suddenly woke up and saw Han Ju and Shani. The simulation ended. He had lost. He was utterly defeated. He gasped. The ultimate origin heaven seal was still vivid in his mind, making him shiver. His eyes were bloodshot and his hands were trembling. Shawnee looked at this ancestor sympathetically and thought to himself, he's still too young. Logically speaking, that shouldn't be the case. This ancestor should know how powerful the progenitor is better than me. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1054 Bearer of Great Connate Providence. Chapter 1054 Bearer of Great Connate Providence. Han Huang was stunned for a long time like Shawnee after suffering such a crushing defeat. He couldn't recover for a long time. Han Ju didn't comfort him. It was a good warning to prevent this kid from getting lost in the ultimate origin power. He couldn't tell Han Huang that he was the ultimate origin fiend celestial. Even if he could trust Han Huang, he couldn't guarantee that the ninth chaos could read his memories. He had to be careful before attaining absolute invincibility. Han Ju gestured for Shawnee to leave. The latter bowed respectfully and then left the Taoist temple. As soon as he went out, he was surrounded by Xing Hongxian, Qingwaner, and the other disciples, asking about the situation inside. Shawnee didn't hide anything. No one was surprised to know that Han Huang had suffered a crushing defeat when he challenged Han Ju. Han Ju was invincible. No matter how strong Han Huang's potential was, how could he surpass his father? Xing Hongxian complained, this brat really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I have to teach him a lesson when he comes out. Qingwaner shook her head. Sister, don't do this. Leave the matters between father and son to them. Huang'er is already on his own and has his own reputation and thoughts. Let's not interfere. Xing Hongxian sighed. He's been gone for almost 100 million years. It's really long. We cultivate every day and don't feel anything, but to him, too many experiences are enough to change him. She had experienced many troubles when she was young and knew that experience could change a person's temperament. Qingwaner smiled. Don't worry too much. Husband definitely has a plan. His gaze can see through the entire chaos. Perhaps all the changes in Huang'er are in his eyes. Xing Hongxian smiled and nodded in agreement. In any case, she couldn't control Han Huang. Thus, she would leave it to Han Ju. Inside the Taoist temple, Han Huang finally came back to his senses. He knelt in front of Han Ju and asked carefully, Father, what did you mean earlier? Are you also a primordial fiend celestial? Han Ju smiled. The chaos can only accommodate one primordial fiend celestial, so you were nurtured in your mother's womb for millions of years. Han Huang was moved and asked with a trembling voice, then you, that's right. I gave you the primordial fiend celestial bloodline and exchanged it for the chaotic fiend celestial bloodline. Han Ju stared at him and said seriously. Han Huang's heart was filled with regret. He didn't expect that he still wanted to fight his father after he did so much for him. If it were him, could he pass his bloodline to his son? Han Huang asked himself and felt that he couldn't do it. He couldn't compare to his father in this aspect. Father, Han Huang's eyes turned red. He had all sorts of words in his heart but couldn't say them. Han Ju said meaningfully, Huang'er, you're already very strong. What you have to do is settle down. Do you really think you're the strongest in the chaos? Other than me, many existences surpass you by a major realm. However, not only are their cultivation realms high, but they no longer care about fame and fortune. That's why they gave you a chance to be invincible. What you can see is always the surface. Han Huang was even more ashamed. He should indeed settle down and not publicize his strength everywhere after gaining the 4 supreme rules. Excessive publicity made him feel inferior. Han Huang's eyes became firm after thinking it through. Father, I want to create the primordial chaos, but my instincts tell me there will definitely be great danger, Han Huang said respectfully. Han Ju said, then go to the blank domain. With your cultivation level, you're strong enough to survive there. However, you'll be attracted by the chaos to merge once you open the primordial chaos. You'll either be devoured by the chaos or suffer a backlash. From the looks of it, the chaos is more likely to devour other great Tao worlds. Han Huang frowned. Father, what should I do? Wait. The endless era is coming. At that time, many great Tao worlds can coexist. Endless era. I've heard the ultimate god of punishment mention that he needs me to stir up the great Tao immeasurable calamity, but how should I do it? I can't slaughter all living beings, right? Although I'm strong, I'm not stupid. I'll definitely die if I do that. Han Huang frowned even more. Han Ju said, then wait a little longer. There's still some time before the great Tao immeasurable calamity. You should relax and fight less. Give the others a chance. The other geniuses will help you split the hatred when the calamity arrives. Han Huang felt that it made sense and nodded. Then, he told him about the mysterious power he had inexplicably obtained. Han Ju smiled and didn't say anything. Han Huang widened his eyes and asked carefully, Father, could it be, there's no need to say anything. This is between you and me. Otherwise, it won't be easy to answer to your other siblings and will attract unnecessary trouble. Han Ju winked, making Han Huang's emotions even more complicated. So everything he did depended on his father. Han Huang relaxed after some thinking. This was also good. If that power came from another unknown existence, it might become a potential danger. Han Ju instructed, Huanger, I've given you the greatest favor. Although you're not the eldest son, you should shoulder the most responsibility. You can't stand by and watch if your siblings get in trouble in the future, understand? Han Huang nodded solemnly. Father, don't worry. I won't let you down. The father and son chatted for a few more hours before Han Huang left respectfully. He quickly left the Dao field after bidding farewell to Xing Hongxian. He told Han Ju that he decided to help Han Ling and that he would stay in the Creation Emperor court to cultivate. He knew that his father doted on Han Ling the most. After all, she had accompanied him the longest. Han Ju had no objections. Then, Han Ju looked at Han Qinger, Han Tuo, and Han Yunjin. Han Tuo and the Divine Punishers mixed together and fought everywhere. Han Qinger and Jiang Juesher were still in the heavenly court. As for Han Yunjin, he was already one of the sages with the highest status in the heavenly Tao. It was all thanks to heavenly venerate Xian Du's care. His descendants had their own future. It was fine as long as they were safe. Shani walked into the Daoist temple. Although he was curious, he did not dare to ask about his ancestor. After all, it was an embarrassing loss. He had to give his ancestor face. Seeing that Shani had entered a cultivation state, Han Ju began to choose to upgrade the function. He had obtained a chance to upgrade one of the system's functions when he reached 100 million years old, but he was a little hesitant. However, he decided after Han Huang's commotion. I want to upgrade the primordial heavenly prison. The primordial heavenly prison has begun to upgrade. Han Ju's eyelids twitched upon seeing this notification. This thing could be upgraded. It seemed that the ultimate origin heavenly prison was next, but he didn't know how powerful it was. Han Ju thought. He was about to continue cultivating when another notification appeared. Detected a person with great connate providence. Do you want to check his background? It had been a long time. It was no longer connate providence, but great connate providence. The meaning was different. Han Ju immediately agreed. Yu Yuan, late-stage Grand Unity Golden Immortal Realm, Chaotic Human Race, 3000 Domination Body, Grand Primordium Chaos Destiny. Because the chaos absorbed the providence of transcendence, consciousnessless, and Shirtian, it caused karma and fate to become chaotic, giving birth to a new providence and creation. The 3000 domination body is one of them. It is born with the power of the 3000 great Tao and inherits the will of the first chaos. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1055 Ultimate Origin Heavenly Prison. Chapter 1055 Ultimate Origin Heavenly Prison 3000 Domination Body. Grand Primordium Chaos Destiny. Will of the First Chaos. These labels looked so impressive. Han Ju was secretly vigilant. Could it be that the ninth chaos was preparing to revive the first 8 chaos? Zhao Shuangquan was the 8th chaos reincarnation. Now, there was another Yu Yuan who was the first chaos inheritor. How strong would he be when the 9 brothers joined forces? It seemed that the 9th chaos also sensed that something was wrong. The Dark Forbidden Lord had delayed his progress in breaking through to the Creator Lord realm, making him feel a sense of danger, so he began to nurture his brothers. Han Ju locked onto Yu Yuan's location. He wasn't in the universe of stars, but he was not far from it. Beside Yu Yuan was another person, the 9-headed Divine Spirit. After reincarnating for another 100 million years, the 9-headed Divine Spirit had already returned to the Great Tao Supreme Realm. He was now teaching Yu Yuan. Han Ju asked in his mind, will the 9th chaos become hostile if I contact Yu Yuan? 100 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes, he'll be filled with killing intent. Han Ju cursed silently. Could this be a trap? No, ordinary mighty figures could not see through Yu Yuan at all. From Yu Yuan's aura, he could only be considered a prodigy, and he was far inferior to Han Huang. Under such circumstances, if he interacted with Yu Yuan, it was obvious that he had a plan. How could the 9th chaos not become wary? If he interacted with Yu Yuan now, he would most likely be treated as the Dark Forbidden Lord. Han Ju secretly asked, is the 9th chaos preparing to revive the other 8 chaos? 10 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Continue. Continue. Yes, Han Ju's eyelids twitched. However, Yu Yuan was still very weak. Who knew how long it would take for him to cultivate to the Tao Creator realm, let alone the other chaos that had yet to revive? Interesting. The 9th chaos was about to enter the calamity. In the past, the 9th chaos was extraordinary and would not set up such a trap. However, this also meant that the 9th chaos was panicking. Han Ju retracted his gaze and stopped looking at Yu Yuan. He would curse Yu Yuan to death when he was about to threaten him. If he could surpass the 9th chaos and become a Creator Lord before this, he would throw the 9th chaos, Yu Yuan, and the 9-headed Divine Spirit into the primordial heavenly prison. Han Ju smiled even more upon thinking of the benefits. He began to observe the chaos to see if there was anyone outstanding among his descendants and disciples. 1,000 years later. The primordial heavenly prison has been successfully upgraded and transformed into the Ultimate Origin Heavenly Prison. Ultimate Origin Heavenly Prison, it can only be located in the Tao field. If any existence is imprisoned, according to the strength of their cultivation, the imprisoned time will be different until they become a Tao field slave. Their life and death will be controlled by the Lord of the Tao field. Unaffected by any creation, providence, karma, and so on. The Ultimate Origin Heavenly Prison can only imprison one living being at a time at most and transform them into an Ultimate Origin life form. Domineering. Unaffected by everything. It would even transform the prisoner into an Ultimate Origin life form. In other words, subduing a Tao creator and transforming them into an Ultimate Origin life form would increase the Ultimate Origin world's providence and increase Han Ju's cultivation. In an instant, Han Ju suddenly wanted to go out and capture someone. No. He could only imprison one person at a time. This would take too long and would definitely attract unwanted attention. Although Han Ju was not afraid of the 9th chaos attacking the Tao field, everything outside the Tao field was nothing to him. He could completely keep staring at Hanju and constantly destroy the great Tao world, causing Hanju to be unable to advance. When the great Tao world reached a certain level, it would be forcefully lured out, so it was impossible for Hanju to hide. Unless he hoped that his cultivation level would be like this and never improve. Hanju stopped thinking. He should continue cultivating and strive to break through as soon as possible. He had to reach the Creator Lord realm first. The floating islands gathered like stars decorating the blue sky. In a wooden pagoda-like pavilion, a young man was meditating, absorbing the spirit chi of heaven and earth. On a bench beside him lay an old man. This youth was Yu Yuan. He had a dignified appearance and an extraordinary bearing. The old man was formed by the nine-headed divine spirit and looked extremely ordinary without any immortal chi. "Senior, the cultivation technique you taught me is a little strange." Yu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. The nine-headed divine spirit chuckled. "Boundless and profound, right? No, the spirit chi needed for every realm is dozens of times more than ordinary cultivation techniques. Furthermore, this amount will increase as my realm increases. Doesn't that mean that I have to spend more effort than others in the future?" Yu Yuan frowned. "You're a genius. Isn't that just nice? The harder it is to cultivate, the stronger the cultivation technique. You should understand. But, don't think about that chaotic assembly. You can make it in time, but what about after it? The goal you want to break through is not the eternal peak." The nine-headed divine spirit waved his hand impatiently. Yu Yuan sighed and continued cultivating. The nine-headed divine spirit looked at the sky in surprise. Why was the divine might heavenly sage not here yet? Could it be that he really didn't like fighting and liked to cultivate diligently? The nine-headed divine spirit thought that Hanju would come and take in Yu Yuan and turn him into his pawn. However, he had been here for hundreds of years and Hanju had yet to appear. Could it be that he was too anxious? That's right. I'll wait for a while. When Yu Yuan's potential was displayed and with him here, if the divine might heavenly sage came to deal with Yu Yuan, he would be killed by father. The nine-headed divine spirit's smile became brighter. The only existence who could kill Hanju was his father. Therefore, he had been looking forward to Hanju's arrival. Yu Yuan's identity was a secret. Father had instructed that even other transcendent existences couldn't discover it. Just like that, thousands of years passed. 1,000,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Hanju still hadn't come. The nine-headed divine spirit was a little desperate. At this moment, Yu Yuan prepared to go out and adventure. He wanted to try to enter the Creation Emperor court when he heard they were recruiting immortals in a nearby domain. His birth in the mortal world was considered top-notch, but it was not worth mentioning in the chaos. He had to rely on a major faction if he wanted to gain a foothold in the chaos, and he liked the Emperor's style. The nine-headed divine spirit did not stop him, because he knew that if Yu Yuan wanted to grow up, he had to be independent and not rely on him. He wasn't afraid of Yu Yuan dying. Father had said that he only needed to teach him cultivation and not care about anything else. What did that mean? Yu Yuan was under father's protection. He couldn't die. Unfortunately, the divine might heavenly sage didn't come. The nine-headed divine spirit thought silently as he parted ways with Yu Yuan. Yu Yuan came to the chaotic void and looked at the vast void. He was excited. Chaos, I'm here. Creation Emperor Court, I want to see how much stronger the geniuses inside are than me. Yu Yuan thought to himself. Thousands of years later, he successfully entered the Creation Emperor Court. His potential was outstanding and he was favored by a deity, but he was not qualified to come into contact with the Emperor. Not to mention the Emperor, his status in the Creation Emperor Court was still far inferior. Even Han Yi, Han Yao, and Han Bahen were legends far beyond his reach. The current Creation Emperor Court was already a colossus. Its disciples numbered in the billions. They had countless immortals and gods with terrifying levels. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1056 All Sides of the Chaos. Chapter 1056 All Sides of the Chaos. Yu Yuan's trip to the chaos had officially stepped onto the right track. At the same time, the Third Chaotic Assembly created momentum again. After tens of millions of years, another generation of geniuses appeared, coveting the supreme divine throne that represented geniuses. The top 10,000 geniuses of the previous two chaotic assemblies had already proved themselves and become famous mighty figures and giants in the 10 million domains of the chaos. As for the 10 absolutes, they were even more world-shattering existences. Under such circumstances, the chaotic assembly's status was naturally high. Han Ju decided not to go personally to the chaotic assembly this time. He had clones in all 3 Dao fields. If any disciple was willing to leave, they could look for his clone at any time. Millions of years later. Han Ju was 110 million years old. However, he didn't trigger the reward option, but there was an additional creation heavens chosen. This meant that he had to wait for 100 million years to trigger the choice reward in the future. Although the cycle had become longer, the reward should also become more advanced. It seemed that he had to increase his seclusion cycle to once every 10 million years. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to wait. Moreover, he also felt that 5 million years was too short recently. Han Ju started to check his emails. In the past 5 million years, his descendants and disciples had stopped fighting. Compared to the tens of millions of years before, it was indeed much quieter. Han Ju asked after reading the emails, Shani, the chaotic assembly is about to begin. Do you want to go? Shani opened his eyes and asked carefully, can I go? Han Ju smiled. Of course. Continue cultivating after you come back. Shani was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly thanked him. Go with your ancestral mothers and protect them when the time comes. Of course. Han Ju stood up and walked out of the Daoist temple to visit his Dao companions. Xing Hongxian, Qingwaner, Xian Qingjun, Fairy Shi Xian, and Chang Yuer were also looking forward to the chaotic assembly. They were all prepared to go and watch the commotion. Han Ju didn't stop them. At that time, he would send them to the second Dao field and follow Li Yao, Dao Comprehension Sword, and the other Fiend Celestials. Li Yao had been keeping a low profile all these years, but every time Han Ju visited her, he discovered that her cultivation level had been advancing by leaps and bounds. She had long reached the perfected Great Dao Supreme Realm and was still cultivating diligently. It was not difficult for them to dominate the chaos with Li Yao and the chaotic Fiend Celestials around. Han Ju came to the second Dao field several days later. Pleasantly surprised to see him, Dao Comprehension Sword immediately pounced forward. Li Yao also opened her eyes and looked at him quietly. Han Ju sat down and chatted with them about cultivation. 2 hours later, the 3 of them entered the simulation trial. Han Ju fought Li Yao and Dao Comprehension Sword to test their strength. The 2 women were both chaotic Fiend Celestials, so the difference in potential was naturally not great. It was just that Li Yao was more determined and focused on cultivating. Dao Comprehension Sword would occasionally slack off, so the cultivation years she had accumulated were inferior. The battle began. Han Ju didn't attack but he let the 2 women use all sorts of mystical powers first. Han Ju discovered that Li Yao's Dao had changed. It was the sword Dao in the past. Now, it was still the Dao of weapons, but there were other types of weapons. Using the power of the great Dao to transform into a weapon, it was even sharper. As for Dao Comprehension Sword, it was still the sword Dao. 5 minutes later. The simulation trial ended. The 2 women admitted defeat. Han Ju didn't attack from the beginning to the end. Li Yao sighed. We can't shorten the difference between us no matter how hard we cultivate. Tao Comprehension Sword nodded and looked at him with admiration. Han Ju began to discuss her Tao with Li Yao. I infuse Tao with all sorts of weapons, but I actually control the Tao. I want to control all powers. My Tao is to control the Tao. What do you think? Li Yao asked seriously. Han Ju said, that's feasible. If you control the Tao, you can do the same thing and return the favor. With all sorts of divine weapons as the formation, you can reverse the stars and overturn the world. The two of them began to discuss the Tao while Tao Comprehension Sword listened carefully. Han Ju finally returned to the third Tao field after discussing the Tao for 1,000 years and interacting with them for decades. He sat on the 36th grade reincarnation world destruction Black Lotus and began to look at the chaos. The first person he paid attention to was Yu Yuan. The current Yu Yuan had already completely integrated into the Creation Emperor Court and had even made a name for himself. His status had risen very quickly. The Creation Emperor Court's reputation also erupted. With the addition of the number one expert of the chaos, Han Huang, how could the various overlords not be afraid? From the looks of it, the Creation Emperor Court was unstoppable. They would definitely be able to obtain great providence when the endless era arrived. Han Ju's gaze landed on life again. Life had already turned to the edge of the chaos and was constantly spreading. Recently, it had not caused much trouble and seemed to be keeping a low profile. Han Ju discovered that Huang Zuantian was missing. He couldn't find his aura in the entire chaos, so he checked his friends list. Huang Zuantian's portrait was still there. Han Ju was not too worried. He had greater confidence in Huang Zuantian than in Han Huang. This fellow was very capable of survival. His gaze landed on Li Daokong next. The current Li Daokong was the strongest Calamity Life controller in the Life faction and was also the leader on the surface. He had fought with Laozi several times and had both wins and losses. He dominated the Sword Dao and became a peak existence that countless sword cultivators looked up to. Shi Dudao and Jing Tiangong were still in the Life faction. As believers of the Dark Forbidden Lord, they were very careful. Perhaps because the Dark Forbidden Lord had not appeared for a long time, they did not have the confidence. He looked at the Heavenly Dao next and saw that it had already entered a bottleneck. It lived in the domain under the Divine Robe Daoist and could be considered the overlord of a region. However, the surrounding domains were all transcendent factions, causing the Heavenly Dao to not dare to expand anymore. The Divine Robe Daoist had instructed that if the Heavenly Dao developed more than a region, it would be surrounded by the Great Dao Divine Spirits. Heavenly Venerate Xian Du had no choice but to stop expanding. Han Ju felt that this was enough for the Heavenly Dao. If not for him, how could the Heavenly Dao be where it was today? The Heavenly Dao should be satisfied. The Heavenly Dao wasn't his Great Dao world, so he naturally wouldn't support it under pressure. Even now, Han Ju didn't know if this Heavenly Dao was Pangu's Great Dao world or the Dao ancestors. Pangu had already revived and was far from the Heavenly Dao. He seemed to have severed ties with the Heavenly Dao and had no contact with it at all. The more this was the case, the more Han Ju felt that there was something fishy. Han Ju's gaze landed on the ultimate origin world in the blank domain after observing the chaos and the Heavenly Dao. At this moment, a huge battle was erupting in the ultimate origin world. Hundreds of chaotic fiend celestials participated, including the figures of the ultimate origin soul race and the nether race, as if they were fighting for the right to speak in the ultimate origin world. Han Ju watched the battle without the slightest intention of interfering. The first life fiend celestial to be born had already established a connection with the nether race. It was even Han Ju who pulled the strings. This battle could only be won by them in the end. If they didn't fight, the other fiend celestials would probably not be convinced, so Han Ju left them to it. Even if the chaotic fiend celestial died, Han Ju could use his will to create a new chaotic fiend celestial. The chaotic fiend celestials in the ultimate origin world had already changed greatly. They would transform one day. They would no longer be chaotic fiend celestials, but ultimate origin fiend celestials. Of course, they were still far inferior to Hanju, the extreme Tao ultimate origin body. They were only equivalent to descendants of the extreme Tao ultimate origin body. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1057 Ancient Primordial World. Chapter 1057 Ancient Primordial World. Progenitor, the mysterious figure I saw earlier has appeared again. He even spoke to me this time. Shani suddenly opened his eyes and said with a solemn tone. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely be shocked by him. It was too sudden. Hanju, who was observing the ultimate origin world, frowned and asked, "What did he say?" Shani replied, "He said that he's coming." "What else?" That's it. Hanju didn't understand. He stared at Shani. Shani smiled bitterly. "I can't figure out this sentence, either." "Why are you so shocked if you can't figure it out? Are you deliberately teasing me?" Hanju said in a low voice. A trace of pressure erupted, scaring Shani so much that he knelt down and hurriedly kowtowed to apologize. He said with a sobbing tone, "I really don't know," but when he said this, it made me very uneasy. "I keep feeling that I can't let my guard down, much less ignore it." Hanju felt that it made sense and asked in his mind, why did the figure say that to Shani? Unable to derive its karma. The other party might have an ultimate Tao treasure. Hanju had no choice but to change his train of thought. In the following 100 million years, other than the ninth chaos, can there be an existence that threatens my life? 9 quadrillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Impossible. Hanju was relieved. He reminded him, "You did the right thing. You have to tell me everything no matter what happens, but pay attention to your attitude. Don't be shocked, understand?" Shani hurriedly said, "I know my mistake. I understand." Then, Hanju stopped paying attention to the ultimate origin world and entered seclusion. He planned to spend 10 million years in seclusion, so he instructed Shani to directly leave the Taoist temple and find his clone if he wanted to go to the chaotic assembly. Hanju was immersed in cultivation. His will surpassed the ultimate origin world and looked down on the audience. The battles and conflicts of all living beings were only a reflection of history in his eyes. The 3,000 great Tao formed the veins of the great Tao world. The supreme rules were the beams of the house. The entire world constantly expanded and perfected the power of rules. His cultivation level also constantly increased. Somehow, Hanju saw his own transcendent rule. To a Tao creator, the transcendent rule was his soul. It absorbed the ultimate origin world's providence, constantly strengthening itself. As the transcendent rule strengthened, the various life forms in the ultimate origin world reflected in his will. Countless images exploded, looking extremely vast. This process could be said to be fast or slow. 10 million years had passed when Hanju next woke up. The chaotic assembly had long ended, and Shani had already returned to his side. Hanju's cultivation level increased greatly. He was getting closer and closer to the late-stage Tao creator. He also had another creation heavens chosen. Hanju looked at Shani and asked, "Was the chaotic assembly fun?" Shani opened his eyes and was stunned. Then, he said excitedly, "Fun. Looks good. It's so lively. Progenitor, I didn't expect your identity to be so high. Those mighty figures that all living beings admire are actually your disciples and children. My horizons have been broadened this time. The chaos is really big. Even if I participate in the chaotic assembly, it will be very difficult for me to make a name for myself." Shani was extremely excited. He began to talk about what he had seen and heard. Hanju also listened with relish. The ultimate god of punishment could successfully carry out the chaotic assembly without him around. Ever since the ultimate god of punishment obtained the recognition of the ninth chaos, his strength and authority had changed drastically. Other than Han Huang, no one below the Tao Creator realm dared to provoke him. This time, the hidden sect did not occupy half of the 10 absolute prodigies positions. Only one descendant of the Han family in the heavenly Tao entered the 10 absolute prodigies, but no one from the hidden sect. Even so, the hidden sect's reputation was not humiliated. Shani followed Xing Hongxian and the others and could be said to have received all sorts of treatment. No matter how strong a giant was, they could smile and treat them with extreme enthusiasm. Han Ju asked, "Why didn't you participate?" Shani scratched his head. "I know my ability. I'll just play with curses. I can't win if we really fight." Han Ju smiled and didn't ask further. Shani said, "Progenitor, I saw a figure in this chaotic assembly. It feels very similar to the mysterious figure I encountered previously. I mean figure. As for aura, I can't sense it." "Oh. Who is it? Tell me." "I think his name is Huang Zuantian." "Yes, it's Huang Zuantian." Shani frowned. Han Ju was surprised. Han Ju didn't show it to prevent others from thinking that he was related to Huang Zuantian. "Really? Really? It's Life Lord Huang Zuantian. He also went to the chaotic assembly, but as a chaotic powerhouse. I was in a daze when I saw him stand up," Shani said seriously. Han Ju couldn't help but look at him in surprise. This kid had the talent to tell stories. He even spoke in a cadence. Huang Zuantian was beginning to involve the Tao of Karma. Han Ju thought of primordial origin in Huang Zuantian's body. It might be related to him. If not for Han Ju, primordial origin should have evolved into a primordial fiend celestial. He might even be the son of the great Tao immeasurable calamity that opened the endless era. Now that primordial origin had perished, he could only parasitize Huang Zuantian. Han Ju said, "I understand. Continue cultivating." Shani wanted to continue, but since Han Ju said so, he could only shut up. Han Ju began to check his emails after Shani closed his eyes. The chaos stirred again after the chaotic assembly ended. Han Ju noticed that many of his good friends had created their own world, the embryonic Great Tao world. Before the Great Tao world succeeded, these worlds could only be considered supreme worlds. More and more supreme worlds appeared, making Han Ju feel that the torrent of the endless era was already unstoppable. Could the endless era still arrive if the ninth chaos couldn't become a creator lord? Han Ju was curious. He visited Huang Zuantian in his dreams after reading the emails. The dream was the Jade Pure Sacred Sect. As usual, Huang Zuantian asked for opportunities first and bowed after confirming his identity. Han Ju smiled and asked, "How have you been?" Huang Zuantian said, "Everything is fine. I'm currently in the ancient primordial world." Ancient primordial world? That's right. I didn't expect the legend to be true. Primordial origin brought me into this world. I don't even know how I entered. In addition, I feel that there's something wrong with primordial origin. He has already left my body. I can feel him absorbing a mysterious force. Huang Zuantian frowned. Han Ju said, "The invocation technique I taught you can summon me. Don't panic if you encounter trouble." Huang Zuantian said, "Thank you, Master, but I can't summon anyone. You shouldn't be able to guess where I am. The ancient primordial world is filled with terrifying corpses. I've never seen such a purgatory. I'm worried that primordial origin might lose himself." "Master, is Han Huang really a primordial fiend celestial?" Primordial origin said that he's the primordial fiend celestial, the only primordial fiend celestial. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1058 Immeasurable Calamity Approaching, Han Ju's Breakthrough. Chapter 1058 Immeasurable Calamity Approaching, Han Ju's Breakthrough. I'm not sure if Han Huang is a primordial fiend celestial. After all, I'm not a primordial fiend celestial. However, from his potential alone, he's indeed very suitable. Perhaps the primordial fiend celestial was not nurtured by nature but relied on great providence, Han Ju said in a low voice. Huang Zuantian nodded. The primordial fiend celestial was a legend, after all. If Han Ju also knew, didn't that mean that his background was deeper than the entire chaos? Huang Zuantian actually felt that primordial origin was possessed. He dreamed of becoming the primordial fiend celestial. Master, it's best to be careful. If I can't control primordial origin, he will definitely take revenge on the chaos. At that time, Han Huang will be the first to bear the brunt, Huang Zuantian reminded. Han Ju nodded. You have to be careful too. You can't lose your life no matter what. If you can't suppress it, then don't. The chaos is not as weak as you think. Huang Zuantian was touched. He cupped his hands and said, I will listen to Master. The two of them chatted for a while more before the dream ended. Han Ju asked in his mind, can primordial origin transform into a primordial fiend celestial in the ancient primordial world? 500 trillion years of lifespan will be deducted. Do you want to continue? Continue. Yes, Han Ju's heart sank. He tried to deduce the ancient primordial world but failed. He had no choice but to use the system's derivation function. Unable to deduce the ancient primordial world's location, Han Ju teleported to the Taoist temple of the main Tao field after seeing this. He took out the Book of Misfortune and started cursing primordial origin. However, the Book of Misfortune couldn't capture primordial origin at all. In other words, the ancient primordial world was not in the chaos or the blank domain at all, but in an unimaginable space. It seemed that he could only put primordial origin aside for the time being. Han Ju was hesitating to use the invocation Dao to summon Huang Zuantian back. With his current cultivation level, he could already summon only one and not all existences who had grasped the invocation technique. He immediately tried to summon Huang Zuantian. After all, he was loyal to him. He suddenly frowned. No matter how he tried, he could not sense Huang Zuantian's aura. Forget it, I can only wait quietly. Han Ju thought like this. It was strange. He could visit him in a dream but couldn't summon him. Where was the ancient primordial world? Unable to figure it out, Han Ju could only cultivate diligently. He had to break through to the late-stage Tao creator realm first. Han Ju closed his eyes and started cultivating. In the blank domain, the ninth chaos and the immeasurable destruction venerable gathered. The ninth chaos was still a black shadow. It was not as big as the immeasurable destruction venerable, but he knelt in front of him. The immeasurable destruction venerable was like a condensed black cloud. His true appearance could not be seen. His posture was inhuman and emitted the vast domineering aura of a god. How's the situation? Ninth Chaos asked. The immeasurable destruction venerable replied, we can't find it, but the great Tao immeasurable calamity's fate is getting closer and closer. We need to be prepared. When will you start the endless era? The ninth Chaos said, I originally wanted to use the great Tao immeasurable calamity to open the endless era, but I need the power to surpass the Tao creator realm to do it. I'm still a little lacking. Now that the great Tao immeasurable calamity is attacking, this is the general trend. It can't be stopped. The immeasurable destruction venerable was silent. The ninth Chaos said, when the endless era arrives, I will retire and you will take over my authority. However, if you want to take over this authority, you have to have power that surpasses all the other Tao creators. This great Tao immeasurable calamity is a good opportunity. If you can obtain the providence of the entire great Tao immeasurable calamity, you will shake off the other Tao creators. The immeasurable destruction venerable said, I understand. I'll prepare now. The ninth Chaos vanished. The immeasurable destruction venerable stood there for a while before disappearing. In the purple void, blood chi and primordial purple chi interwove. Endless corpses were everywhere, like a desperate purgatory. Countless resentful devils seemed to be crying silently, causing space to distort. Huang Zuantian sat on the head of a huge skeleton and looked at a huge egg at the end of the primordial chaos. There were countless veins on the surface of the egg and light burst out from its depths as if a huge heart was beating inside. This fellow is becoming more and more dangerous. Huang Zuantian frowned and thought that all along, it was all thanks to primordial origin's help that he could be where he was today. However, he knew that primordial origin also had his own goals. If not for his body, primordial origin would not have been able to recover his cultivation. Both sides did not owe the other anything. However, now, primordial origin hated Han Huang and the chaos. He wanted to bring calamity to the chaos and kill Han Huang. He couldn't sit by and watch. The calamity life controllers wouldn't be able to escape death if the chaos was destroyed. Han Huang was even his master's son. No matter what, he couldn't sit by and watch. Should I attack him? Huang Zuantian hesitated. He couldn't figure out primordial origin's current strength. He didn't even dare to guarantee that primordial origin still needed him. At this moment, a tired voice floated over. Huang Zuantian, I can't withstand this primordial power alone. Are you willing to withstand it together with me? It can at least save you 10 billion years of bitter cultivation. Primordial origin's voice. Huang Zuantian felt that this was a trap. This was too coincidental. He was about to attack him when primordial origin suggested this and even pretended to be tired. No. Killing intent was obvious. Huang Zuantian stood up and flew towards the huge egg. He suppressed the killing intent in his chest. He was extremely nervous. He knew that he only had one chance. He would either live or die. 10 million years later. Han Ju opened his eyes. This seclusion made him extremely close to the late-stage Tao creator realm. He finally smelled the opportunity to break through again. It had been nearly 70 million years since his last breakthrough. It was equivalent to breaking through from the mid-stage to the late stage. It was equivalent to going from a mortal to the mid-stage Tao creator realm. It was obvious how difficult it was to cultivate as a Tao creator. Han Ju estimated that he would break through in at most a million years. He checked the emails mainly to see Huang Zuantian's situation. Soon, he frowned. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was attacked by a mysterious mighty figure and was severely injured. Your good friend Huang Zuantian was possessed by a mysterious mighty figure. Your good friend Huang Zuantian only has a remnant soul left. He was sealed by a mysterious force and lost his will. So tragic. Han Ju checked Huang Zuantian's profile picture and discovered that his face had changed. He had become even more evil and arrogant. Sigh. Poor thing. Han Ju still couldn't deduce Huang Zuantian's location. He was probably still in the ancient primordial world. In that case, he would break through first. At that time, he would wait for primordial origin to come knocking on his door. Han Ju said, Shani, go out for a while. I'm preparing to cultivate a mystical power. I'm afraid that I'll hurt you. Shani, who was cultivating, opened his eyes. He nodded respectfully and left. With no more worries, Han Ju immediately prepared to break through with all his might. His cultivation was a secret. No one could tell he was so powerful. Only then could he hide it and surpass the 9th chaos. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1059 Late Stage, Reappearance of a Transcendent Existence. Chapter 1059 Late Stage, Reappearance of a Transcendent Existence 3 million years later. Han Ju began to break through. His cultivation had already been suppressed to the extreme and was about to erupt like a volcano. He finally broke through after 1,000,000 years. Late-stage Tao creator. His ultimate origin power began to increase. Even the ultimate origin world began to rapidly expand and devour the nearby blank domain. Han Ju was immersed in this extreme feeling of becoming stronger and couldn't extricate himself. He checked his attributes panel as he consolidated his cultivation. Name, Han Ju, lifespan, 134,001,982/50, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999, 999,999,999,999, race, ultimate origin fiend celestial, immeasurable emperor, cultivation, late-stage Tao creator, perfect sage, technique, primordial chaos reincarnation great Tao, heavenly cycle body tempering technique, great Tao of life and death, great Tao of karma, great Tao of extreme origin, constitution, extreme Tao ultimate origin. Body. Awesome. This series of origin lifespans fascinated Han Ju. Most importantly, after reaching the late stage, one could look forward to the perfected Tao creator realm. Above that was the creator lord realm that no one had reached since ancient times. Just thinking of the creator lord realm made Han Ju's blood boil. He was already very close to invincibility. Han Ju's cultivation finally stabilized after spending nearly 800,000 years. The first thing he did when he opened his eyes was to take out the Book of Misfortune. Shani was still outside the Daoist temple. He could curse the ninth chaos without being discovered. He immediately started. 5 days later, his lifespan decreased. A second was equivalent to 10,000 lifetimes. This time, Han Ju only spent 200 quadrillion years of his lifespan to damage the ninth chaos Tao heart and reduce his cultivation. As for how much he had fallen, he did not know. However, the chaos showed signs of collapsing again. He did not dare to continue. It was fine to delay the ninth chaos progress. Han Ju didn't mind letting the ninth chaos or others step into the Lord realm after he surpassed the Creator Lord realm. It was safer to have the strongest position in his hands. Han Ju didn't trust others. He could give peace to all living beings, but as a living being, he didn't believe that invincible people could protect him forever. After cursing, Han Ju put away the Book of Misfortune and let Shani in. Shani couldn't wait anymore. He quickly entered the temple and knelt down. "Progenitor, you've succeeded?" Shani asked carefully. To expel him for so long, it had to be an impressive mystical power. Han Ju smiled and nodded. "I'm in a good mood. How about I preach the Tao for you and teach you a mystical power?" "Sure." Shani agreed in surprise. Han Ju began to preach the Tao. During the lecture, he was also sorting out his Tao techniques. Gradually, his great Tao voice covered the entire third Tao field, immersing all the disciples. The living beings in the third Tao field were all enlightened by Han Ju. Their potential was not considered impressive, but with the help of the spirit Qi in the Tao field and Han Ju's occasional lecture, their cultivation levels were all very strong. They were all already freedom sages, but because they didn't go out, they didn't make a name for themselves in the universe of stars. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Ju began the simulation trial upon seeing that Shani was still immersed in Tao comprehension. He challenged 200,000 immeasurable destruction venerables. Very easy. As expected of a late-stage Tao creator. The difference in every minor realm was worlds apart. Han Ju continued to increase the number of enemies. 300,000. An increase of 100,000 in one go. They were easily killed. It was very difficult to insta-kill those in this realm, but Han Ju didn't feel any pressure. 400,000. It was still relaxed. 500,000. Han Ju began to find it difficult. The pressure of 500,000 immeasurable destruction venerables combined was too strong. He stopped here. Perhaps this was not his limit, but as long as it was difficult, he had to be cautious. Only then would he not develop a lazy and disdainful mentality. Han Ju was very satisfied with his improvement. He stood up and started to stretch his muscles while checking his emails. Your daughter Han Ling was cursed by a mysterious curse. Your good friend Huang Zuantian has grasped supreme misfortune. Your son Han Huang was attacked by your good friend Huang Zuantian in his dreams. His soul was damaged. Your good friend Zhao Shuangquan was attacked by your good friend Huang Zuantian in his dreams and was severely injured. Your disciple Ji Xianchen fell into a crack in the blank domain and into an unknown domain. Your good friend Huang Zuantian has absorbed the ancient primordial world's providence and his cultivation has increased greatly. Your disciple Dao Sovereign was attacked by the evil devils of Shi Tian, X80092283, your disciple, your good friend Evil Heavenly Emperor has received guidance from a transcendent existence. His cultivation has increased. Your descendant Han Yi obtained a dream from a transcendent existence and learned a great Tao mystical power. How lively! Huang Zuantian was too active. To be precise, primordial origin was too active. It was unknown if primordial origin had snatched Huang Zuantian's memories. Currently, Huang Zuantian's favorability towards Han Ju didn't decrease. In addition, transcendent existences appeared again. It seemed that the chaotic consciousness and the formless transcendent deity had been released. TSK, the Tao creator was playing chess. It was going to be good in the future. As Tao creators, they were constantly suppressed. If it were Han Ju, he would definitely be furious. However, the ninth chaos was too strong. They were angry but did not dare to say anything. If they knew that the ninth chaos was injured or that the Dark Forbidden Lord could threaten it, they would definitely have a plan, especially the chaotic consciousness. It was extremely rebellious. Han Ju continued reading. The emails were abundant, but fortunately, nothing happened to the people he cared about. Now, he was waiting for Huang Zuantian to appear. He would attack him as long as Huang Zuantian appeared in the chaos. Huang Zuantian had been loyal for so many years. How could Han Ju let him be harmed? However, he still couldn't deduce Huang Zuantian's whereabouts. He was either hiding with a supreme treasure or was still in the ancient primordial world. Huang Zuantian would definitely find Han Huang. Once the battle started, Han Huang would borrow the ultimate origin power and he could find Huang Zuantian then. Han Ju closed his eyes and continued cultivating. In a dark palace in the Creation Emperor Court, Han Huang was meditating and cultivating. His expression changed and his neck twitched slightly. Something was wrong. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and exhaled. His eyes were filled with killing intent. You want to snatch the name of the primordial fiend celestial from me? Are you worthy? Han Huang muttered to himself with a murderous expression. He stood up and appeared in front of Han Ling, fourth sister. I'm leaving for a period of time, Han Huang said. Han Ling frowned. Why? Han Huang did not hide anything and told her about Life Lord provoking him. Han Ling said, second brother must be careful. The other party is clearly provoking you, which means that he's confident. Han Huang waved his hand. I know, so I have to leave to prevent that fellow from attacking and affecting the Creation Emperor Court. Han Ling felt that it made sense. Do you need me to accompany you? Ha ha ha. Fourth sister, you're indeed very strong, but I'm not weak either. After all, I'm recognized by all living beings as the strongest in the chaos. How can I be afraid of a one-on-one battle? Han Huang laughed and left, not giving Han Ling a chance to say anything. Han Ling frowned as she looked in the direction he left. Thank you for reading on my box novel. Calm. Chapter 1060 Great Battle, Madness of the Deities. Chapter 1060 Great Battle, Madness of the Deities. Sect Master, not bad. Li Daokong began to talk about his experiences over the years and subconsciously revealed a proud expression. After a long time, Han Ju sighed. Not bad. As expected of the admin, it's a fake episode, it will be updated with correct one soon. Li Daokong was so excited that his face turned red. He knelt down again and cupped his fists. Thank you for thinking highly of me, Sect Master. Han Ju asked, do you want me to preach the Tao? Li Daokong immediately nodded. He would disdain to listen if it was any other mighty figure. However, Han Ju was different. He was the strongest in the chaos. Without knowing the Tao creator, Li Daokong felt that Han Ju was the peak of cultivation. Han Ju sat down, and Li Daokong meditated. This dream lasted for 100 years. Han Ju opened his eyes and sighed when the dream ended. A new era was really coming. The generation that had once been protected by him had now become mighty figures who stirred up the chaos. How wonderful! Han Ju smiled and continued cultivating. The Ultimate Origin Chi already occupied 80% to 90% of Ultimate Origin world. Before long, there would only be Ultimate Origin Chi in the Ultimate Origin world and no more nebulous Primordial Chi. The Fiend Celestial Chi also nurtured chaotic Fiend Celestials. There were a total of 2,947 of them. The remaining were in the second Tao field. Han Ju decided to enter seclusion for 5 million years. A million years later, the Ultimate Origin world was filled with Ultimate Origin Chi and there was no more nebulous Primordial Chi. Every million years, new opportunities would appear in the Ultimate Origin world, causing Han Ju's cultivation level to constantly increase. In the blink of an eye, the 5 million years of seclusion came to a close. Han Ju opened his eyes. A glint flashed across his red eyes. He felt the Ultimate Origin world's heaviness even though it was still in the depths of his soul. Apart from the 3,000 great Tao that formed the order, Han Ju discovered that the Ultimate Origin world itself also nurtured an exclusive transcendent rule. This rule concerned the entire Ultimate Origin world. Even he couldn't forcefully control it. The Ultimate Origin world would shatter if he interfered with this rule without permission. This was only for him, the creator. If it was an enemy, they would not be able to sense the existence of this transcendent rule. Han Ju inexplicably thought of the transcendent rule of the chaos. It was the rule that restricted talent in creation, preventing his bloodline from being passed down 100%. The two were similar. Han Ju still couldn't figure out why this transcendent rule was so powerful. Father, you're awake. Come and spar. I've already attained the Great Tao Supreme. I'm really strong now. Han Ling said excitedly, causing Han Ju to raise his eyebrows. Previously, when this girl had attained the Great Tao Sage Realm, she had comprehended 1 million Emperor soldiers. Now, wouldn't she have 10 million? Han Ju was interested. Come, try it. Han Ling smiled and said, you have to be careful. Even my second brother from the Chaotic Assembly was easily defeated by me in the simulation trial. Han Ju smiled. The father and daughter entered the simulation trial. As expected, Han Ling directly summoned 10 million Emperor soldiers. They all had her dermic powers and were equivalent to 10 million Great Tao Supremes. Han Ju directly used the Ultimate Origin Soul Oblivion to suppress her. The entire process took less than a breath of time. Han Ling opened her eyes and wailed, looking like a cute daughter. Han Ju smiled and said, you still have to cultivate. Humph, father is really competitive. You never give in to me. This is the goal of your cultivation. If I really can't suppress you one day, I'm afraid you won't be by my side anymore. Han Ju smiled and denied it. He then asked, Linger, do you want to go out for a walk after cultivating for 10 million years? Han Ling shook her head. I've been there before. I know that I'm not fated with the chaos. Han Ju didn't insist. By the way, your fifth brother has already developed 10 generations of offspring in the immortal world. Do you want to take a look? Han Ju asked. Han Ling looked at him and said, Father, are you going? I still have to continue cultivating. I wonder how many years it will take for me to come out of seclusion. Then, I'll accompany Father. You little girl. All right. I'll personally bring you to travel the myriad worlds and meet the descendants of our Han family after I break through. Han Ju chuckled, very satisfied with Han Ling's attitude. Among his children, only Han Ling had the same personality as him and had always been cultivating diligently. Han Ju stood up and went to visit the women. After all, they were his Tao companions. He couldn't ignore them. Several decades later, Han Ju left the second Tao field and came to the 100-peak Immortal River. He entered Fairy Shi Xian's Taoist temple. Under the management of Han Zuetian and Li Xianao, the disciples of the 100-peak Immortal River changed batch after batch. Fairy Shi Xian and Chang Yuer had already become extremely senior mighty figures here. Usually, no disciple dared to disturb them because Li Xianao and Han Zuetian felt that they had a close relationship with Han Ju and strictly forbade disciples from being rude. Fellow Taoist, I can come in for a chat. In the Taoist temple, Fairy Shi Xian was disturbed from her cultivation. At first, she didn't care and thought that it was an illusion. After Han Ju repeated it, she suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and hurriedly said, Come in. The door opened and Han Ju stepped in. The door closed. Fairy Shi Xian was a little stunned upon looking at the handsome Han Ju. Han Ju also sighed when he saw her. They had once been master and disciple. That youth had already become extremely distant. Fairy Shi Xian regained her composure. She was as cold and perfect as the first time Han Ju saw her. Please sit. Fairy Shi Xian waved her hand, and a mat appeared in front of her. Han Ju sat down and asked with a smile, Long time no see. How have you been? Fairy Shi Xian replied, It's naturally good to be in the Tao field. I don't have any worries now. Instead, I feel that longevity is a little boring. What? Fellow Taoist Shi Xian wants to descend into the mortal world and experience the suffering of the world. You're joking. Fairy Shi Xian shook her head and laughed. She stared at him and asked, Why haven't you returned for 10 million years? I thought you had already forgotten about the 100-peak Immortal River. Han Ju said, To you, 10 million years is a long time, but I've only entered seclusion twice. It's like 2 dreams. Fairy Shi Xian sighed in her heart. She sighed not because of Han Ju's perception of time, but because his cultivation attitude had never changed, just like when the two of them first met. They continued to chat. It was calm, but not awkward. Anyway, Han Ju felt very comfortable. Fairy Shi Xian was like an old friend of his. Her attitude didn't change because of his cultivation. Only Fairy Shi Xian was like this among his friends. She seemed to be like this forever, having no desires. After chatting for several hours, Han Ju prepared to leave. His heart skipped a beat looking at Fairy Shi Xian's beautiful face. He smiled and said, Do you have any wishes or needs? I'll satisfy you. Now, I can help you obtain whatever you want. After this farewell, I'll definitely continue my seclusion. It might be 10 million years the next time I come. Fairy Shi Xian was stunned. Han Ju wasn't in a hurry and waited for her to make a request. He noticed that Chang Yuer was not in the Taoist temple next door. From the remnant aura, she had left for tens of thousands of years. He secretly deduced and discovered that Chang Yuer had already become Han Yunjin's master. She even protected the Han family and usually pretended to be a cultivator to travel the immortal world freely. Thank you for reading on my box novel. You're tuning into the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.